Sure.
It's going to be called In the Fourth with Katie Barlow.
Oh, well, that's a creative. Boy, that's pretty cool. Wow, where is this?
That's our set. That's our studio.
Oh, that's a studio. That's pretty damn cool. Are you going to be walking around in there?
Yeah, and right here is like where we do the final five.
Yeah.
And then I'll probably have, we've got stuff with the ink stuff too. We're going to use the whole set.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
I'm excited. It launches.
When?
Hi, a week from Sunday. Hi, good morning, Chris.
Well, not north of Weinstein. I got there at 6 a.m.
Oh, okay.
That's huge if we kill weather.
Sorry?
Sorry, something about Q&A.
Oh, man.
Fuck, it's cool. You want to stand in the sun.
I haven't seen you in so long.
I know.
What's new?
When was the last time we
Get another shot.
we were freezing to death the last time? Don't get run over either.
Yeah.
We were freezing the last time we worked together.
Is that
Or
on
actually,
the hill?
I wasn't. You were underdressing.
Was that on the hill? Yeah. I'm bad about walking out without a coat. Or I'm so optimistic that I think it's going to warm up more than it is. How about that?
Yeah. You're like, oh, the sun's out. It's warm.
What's that?
Let's see.
What you been up to?
Trying to lay low. Oh, I know I was going to ask you. You don't drive. Okay.
Some days I do.
Because here, your gig is different.
The first day I drove in, they had me on a story in DC. And I was like, so you would really want me to drive to Bethesda, which takes me 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Drive back to DC to do my story. Drive back to Bethesda to get my car and then drive home to DC. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing it. I'm taking my car.
No, it's so weird.
I've taken my car every day. I'm following that ask for forgiveness and permission for that.
Yeah, and if I wish we worked together more because I loved it.
Yeah, I just want to go home with you. And like, I know that means I can't put in for mileage, and that's a privilege, and I can do that. But
This is one set of lawyers. If you want one.
Oh.
Yeah.
oh yeah, you want them. That's it.
I think it's the Heard. It's the Heard side. I think.
Would you call TOC 3036? Tell them to roll on this.
Okay. I don't know what's
895 3036.
202.
Yeah.
Greg says it's hers. Hey, Nelson says roll on his camera if you can. Okay, thanks.
Probably
No
already
worries.
is.
Okay.
Got it. All right. Thank you. Have a good one.
These his or hers?
Greg says hers.
Hers.
It looks like hers.
So do you miss this?
Going to trial?
Yeah.
Yeah, trial's fun. You don't sleep. But I don't know. I haven't been sleeping this week anyway.
How do you think straight if you don't sleep?
Adrenaline.
Well,
Awesome.
thanks, Dave.
Thanks. But the adrenaline starts to wear off about weeks ago.
Yeah.
Although not today, because they tried to. But for the associates at trial, there's like really.
Here's the thing. This makes sense. So I worked with David last week, and we were out way out here. Well, this Carson.
Yeah.
So I drove all the way back.
So Stephanie's going to say something to them because, like, it's inefficient.
It is. Oh,
And I
have been saying this for weekend this year. I will tell her.
Same with DC.
We-
But it's taking me 40 minutes in the morning.
Oh, easily. It takes you 15 minutes when you're right around the corner from the station.
We'll see what happens with that. 'Cause one, it's going to burn people out, and two, it's going to get expensive.
Yeah.
But like, I have Supreme Court opinions, like in a lot of mornings, especially for June. So like, I don't come in for those because I gotta do that. Like tomorrow morning, I got Supreme Court opinions. I gotta.
Well, like you say, inefficiency is the worst because you've got stuff to do. And what are you doing? You're sitting in the car. You can't text. You can barely talk on the phone.
Yeah.
So it needs to be discussed a little bit more.
I can't say. I mean, I'm a reporter. I can't.
No, but
I
no, you're-
firmly believe it is not my place to come in and say.
Oh, I know. You're smart to do that.
So
But
I
you
can't.
can
But
s-
people who are more senior than me are
But you can subtly,
subtly.
you can subtly slide your thoughts in a nice way.
Still a rookie.
Yeah, you got to get past that rookie contract, right? Like football players.
Is that somebody walking a rabbit? Is that someone walking a rabbit?
Walking where?
A rabbit? Do you see that person walking?
Oh,
I think that's a rabbit. That's a rabbit.
shit, it is a rabbit.
I want to go play with the rabbit.
Look out for the fox.
Red.
I'll tell you one thing. You don't have to pick up their food.
Yeah.
It's like fertilizer.
Yeah. That sounds good. Oh, the person right there.
I've never seen that. I don't know.
That's a superficial perspective. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, that's what it is. It's ego.
There's no balance. Okay.
I mean, to think it's going to be 80 degrees on Sunday. Thank God the wind's blowing out. You should mention it. The highlight of the morning.
Here's a live picture of Katie trying to breathe blood back in her fingertips.
It's 50 out here.
won't be a look like them because we're not here.
I don't care. I'll take the other wall.
I'm gonna have to go do an appointment on Zoom from 9:30 to
9:30 to 10. Back too far.
10. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't
So
get.
I'll
I didn't get
That's
you.
all right. I'll look at it after the webinar. Good morning. Well, we expect to see a few more hours of testimony still from Johnny Depp. He was on the stand for about 3 hours yesterday, taking questions from his own attorneys. We learned about what his childhood was like, including growing up with an abusive mother, his addiction to drugs and alcohol, and we got a chance to learn a little bit about how he and his ex-wife Amber Heard first met while filming the 2011 movie The Rum Diary. Depp's lawyers will continue asking him questions this morning, and then Amber Heard's lawyers will get the chance to cross-examine Depp about his testimony. Heard countersued Depp for $100 million, claiming Depp defamed her when he called her accusations of domestic abuse lies. Now, court will officially resume at 10 o'clock this morning. It's a pretty quiet morning out here. In the first week, we had folks that were lined up trying to get a glimpse of either Heard or Depp. Again, pretty quiet out here this morning. Things will get started in about 45 minutes. It can. Cross-examination is a really intense moment, and the key when any witness is on the stand is, of course, they get sworn in to tell the truth, the whole truth, and that's what he was sworn in to do. And so it'll be up to those 7 jurors to kind of assess how they believe he is telling the truth and the type of evidence that can come in during cross-examination. First, the lawyers can ask him about anything that came up during the direct examination with his lawyers. So he's already talked about his using drugs and alcohol. I suspect that will also come up on cross. And the other thing that can come in is any kind of outside evidence that hasn't come in yet that speaks to his truthfulness. So any kind of evidence that would indicate that he's lied in the past, perhaps if there was some sort of interaction that happened during the divorce or during the divorce settlement. And that'll also be true for her when she takes the stand. Back to you. Given that his attorneys are still not done with him, I suspect it'll be a pretty full day of his testimony. It'll take at least a few more hours. All right.
When does your show air?
Sundays it places up on 5.
Oh, why? Oh, okay, so Sunday at like. Are you off on Mondays?
No, but we tape it on Fridays. It's going to be taped on Fridays.
Oh, it's taped. Oh, I see. I got you. Perfect. So your whole day Friday is.
All right. So
So 9:15. You need a dongle?
Yes.
One you. Let's see. Well, we only have 4 minutes, so I guess. Oh no. Give me my dongle back. Oh fuck. Oh.
Wait, there's a dongle in there.
There is?
Yep.
Oh my god. Go for it. Sorry, it's kind of disgusting. It's up from all those coins. But eyes. Why do you do this to yourself?
I don't know. He's in a hurry. All right.
Did that building move?
Yeah, a little, about 6 inches to the right.
Yeah, it did. It did. I'll have to adjust. Okay, now
Got blown over in the wind.
now I'm good. Good for another 4 hours.
Congratulations, though, on the show. That's cool.
I hope so. We'll see.
So, is that going to be your gig Friday? Do they still want something out of you on Friday, or?
Yeah, I'll do a talk back or something
Oh.
like this or something like that. What am I doing? Oh, yeah.
Wow, Jim, my dad was sick.
Oh, I love that. Okay, I'm gonna watch all of you guys.
Yeah.
Is your volume up?
Yeah. Should I just do it with the earplugs?
Let me see if it. What's the number of that?
407.
Your MVPC is
942?
right now. Right now.
1791.
Should hear it ringing. No? Shit, I got some trouble today. I mean, your earpiece worked just now.
Yeah.
You might have to do it with
Headphones?
yeah.
That's
if
fine.
You can.
I don't have headphones.
Like earbuds?
Yeah.
No.
Is there any other way to connect the IFB to them?
You don't have an extra dongle, do you?
No, not that.
No? This thing just worked last week.
What
I
kind
can
of
go
charger?
get headphones in my car.
You need a charger?
Well, we need to get her IFB through her phone. You don't have a dongle on you, do you? For that? No, I don't.
All right, let me see if I can go get headphones in my car.
Well, the good thing, you need to get one that is best time.
Okay.
Because I almost got one last night.
Probably should replace it.
I didn't because I was like, I don't really need this.
Yeah, well, it's the easiest way to reach other shots. Yeah. Oh, I know. Actually, you can see. I have a GPS. I wonder if I should get my GPS. Yeah.
Just gotta talk through this stupid little hole. The dialer. You don't know about that? One way. One or the other.
It goes through our, this is right there, it goes through our TV. But like, so like last night, News Nation did not get TV at all. So what we had to do was go to the phone. And we had to hook up. And then when we did CNBC, we didn't get it. Yeah.
So what or have they been going in?
They go in the back.
Oh.
Depp and Heard go in the back. Lawyers, there was one set of lawyers.
Yeah.
Blue suit. And that's it. Nothing else happens.
Something happened at an embassy this week. Some intruder. Cops were hurt.
You're hearing it on your feet.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear which embassy it is.
Did they say what embassy?
I'm trying to wait for him to say. Intruder's been shot. Which embassy? 3000 Garrison Street.
Let's see if our guys come back.
Okie doke.
I'm gonna have to go buy a new dongle. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, you can hold that like that if you want and see. Would you give me a heads up when it's
She said 1 minute.
oh.
Yes. Let's talk about what we heard from him yesterday, what's coming up today, cross-examination,
Rule number one.
and the fact that Heard will also be taking the stand. Not today. She'll also take the stand in during the trial. They both, by the end of it, we'll hear from both.
They never tagged. It said right near Rock Creek Park.
Yeah, I can see it. I can see what's.
Good morning. Yes, we heard from Johnny Depp for about 3 hours yesterday as he took the stand around 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. And he took questions from his own attorney. Asking him about things like his childhood, growing up with an abusive mother, his experience with drugs and alcohol. We also learned a little bit about how he first met his now ex-wife and the other party in this case, Amber Heard, on the set of the 2011 movie The Rum Diary. It won't happen today, so what's going to happen this morning, starting in about 40 minutes or so when court kicks off at 10 a.m., he will take the stand once again, and his lawyers are still in the middle of questioning him, so they'll continue to ask him questions and walk him through some of the allegations that have come out in the documents, in the pleadings, and in opening arguments of last week. And then Amber Heard's lawyers will get a chance to ask him questions as well for their cross-examination, and that can get pretty intense in court. They'll be able to ask him about anything that has come up during the arrest. I suspect we'll hear a few questions about his drug and alcohol use. We heard yesterday briefly about him doing cocaine with Amber Heard's sister. I suspect that will also come up during cross-examination. And then we will begin to hear from her witnesses in the case, and in the coming weeks we'll also hear from her directly, as we expect that Amber Heard will also take a stand in her own defense, but also she has countersued Depp for $100 million for defamation, for he and his team calling her abuse allegations lies. So still plenty more to go in the trial, several more witnesses ahead even after we hear from Depp this morning, and we'll get a chance to hear from her as well. I'm going to run in and see if I can get a wristband and hang up.
You want to leave some of your crap here? I'm leaving all this set up here.
Well,
All right.
mic off.
So am I going to see you in the next few hours, or?
Yeah, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Because I got to go to my car and
Oh, I
finish
see.
thing.
Oh, right.
I'm just going to go get a wristband.
Cool.
I'll be.
I'm just going to Target and get a coat.
Yeah. All right.
Gloves. I have gloves, actually.
I'll bring you those later.
Here.
Oh, that's okay right now. I'll be on site.
Yeah, if she'd given you her size, you would have known what to go for.
She never wears a coat. When we were kids, the last time I worked with her, we were freezing that day. Well, she was freezing now.
She's got to learn to do these layers on the
Yeah.
I mean, 'cause she's not dressed, so she wears
Yeah.
full, maybe she, unlike this guy.
Dude, it's amazing how raw the wind is.
Yesterday was brutal.
Oh, God, I bet. Isn't that weird? Then you get in your car and your car thermometer says 51. It's like, there's no freaking way it's 51.
Yeah, but 30-mile-an-hour wind, it's feeling 20,
Yeah.
22 tops.
Is that your sole little camera now?
Yeah, this is for this gig.
Yeah, but you have other ones for other? Yeah. We're getting rid of these, sadly. It's the 5,000.
Yeah.
I love this thing.
I like.
But we don't use these anymore, obviously. So
We even have a whole 5 cars.
I never saw one.
Kind of cool.
5 SDs or big ones? Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. When would you ever need that?
I know. Well, big trips or whatever. It's kind of sweet.
I used to leave a big card in as a backup,
Yeah.
and there must be something wrong with the input, but
You have
it's
to pick one or the other, right?
yeah. But you select when you go down, but something happened where I couldn't access my SDs anymore, so I just pulled it out and left it. So
And then all of this is different. Same record. I used to take 10 beta cameras.
yeah.
And that was this big. I can record for 5 years with SD
Yeah.
cards throwing a box.
Oh,
that
I know.
big. And everything was precious. There was no garbage on tape.
Yeah.
There was no just indiscriminate whatever.
Right.
Everything was.
Well, you shot like you did in the old film days. Like you had to think about every shot. Now, if I take a picture, I take 10 pictures of you, and you pick the best ones. Shit, and I can't. My daughter never understood that. She said, "Dad, take the picture." I'm like, "No, I'm in frame. I don't want
to take you one super great.
I don't
picture.
want the tree coming out of your ears, you know, so let me move a little bit. So,
You're just gonna have to trust me.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna give you one of the greatest pictures.
but,
you've
yeah,
ever
but kids are just like, well, they don't.
They're just shooting video and pulling frames out.
Yeah, yeah.
No, there's all different iterations. I've seen it all. I mean, then DVC Pro came along. Those were kind of cool because you could have a whole case of those, and it was only 4 inches by 5 inches.
Yeah.
I thought that was a wonderful world. And now we're just, pretty soon we'll just be clicking our foreheads and recording in our head.
Dude, I was talking to somebody like last night, like local news. The audience is so small now.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, I got about a year and a half left.
It's filtered into all different web pages too, right? I mean, if you guys have a web presence
Yeah, and
now,
that's what and weirdly enough, I think they're almost more concerned with the web shit than they are the TV stuff.
I'm not from here. I love to know about this one, but we take a lot of. We have a whole new department called Juicio, user-generated content. User-generated content means people who send you cell phone pictures. So
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, we get great stuff that way.
See, I don't mind. Yeah, I don't
If
mind.
the value of the news wants it, then it's okay. I mean, like a subway shooting video, UGC, boom, we're there.
Dude, look, we used to try to run to get, you'd have scanners to get there before the fire department. You have to rely on people to find video. How do you think we get all these great videos of apartments on fire and shit? Some neighbor just goes out and
That's stuff for Reuters. We never usually cover local stories.
right.
But it's available. I want to shoot it for the homemade story last month.
Oh, yeah, where was that?
West of Silver Spring. Great, thank you.
Oh yeah, the apartment complex.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Initially it was a fire. So it was a fire first before it collapsed.
Right.
So this guy's no big deal.
One second. Hello. Okay. Oh, so you want me to come in and stand in line with you? That'd be possible. Sure thing. I'm on my way right now.
I got all day to tell you that story.
Depp said his initial relationship with Amber Heard was when he said she later became a much different person. His family and friends of him was in fact the aggressor in the marriage, attacking him. Depp fielded mostly sympathetic questioning from his lawyer yesterday, spanning his time working on his films all the way back to his childhood. Billy claimed that his mother was physically and emotionally abusive. The actress sued Heard for a December 2018 Washington Post op-ed she authored, describing herself as a victim of domestic violence, but nowhere in the op-ed does it mention the name Johnny Depp. He was never charged or arrested on any abuse claims. Depp says that Heard's op-ed damaged his reputation, costing him feature film roles. Heard sat and listened stoically yesterday as her ex-husband told the jurors why he chose to sue Heard in a very public way. A trial broadcast across the globe. When he takes a stand in about 20-30 minutes, we know that his team will continue the questioning. Then it comes up to that cross-examination. That could go for the rest of the day, possibly until tomorrow. At some point during this trial, Bill, we know that Amber Heard will also take a stand. Bill. photographer speak up. Please watch his stuff.
Actually, translated. He wasn't getting around to it.
He wasn't getting around to this.
Here's the bottom line.
Here's the bottom line. Listen, I'm gonna cut the bullshit and get right to it. Watch my
You know,
stuff.
it's the pyramid of information, right?
Thank you very much.
You got it.
Hey, how are you? Are you gonna be on a lot tonight? Good. I know you had the camera guy. I know. I'll see you in a little bit.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I could have gone. No, I saw that.
Thank you.
Thank you, James. You too. All right. Good morning.
ask Robbie, presiding. Please be seated.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, are there any preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor.
2 days in a row. I like that. That's a good idea. Great. All right, Mr. Depp, you can take your place on the stand, please. All right, you're ready for the jury? Yes. Okay. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, you can have a seat. And sir, just a reminder that you're still under oath, Mr. Depp, okay? All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Depp.
Good morning.
Yesterday you told us a little bit about the beginning of your relationship with Miss Heard. When did Miss Heard's behavior towards you begin to change?
I believe, as I said yesterday, there was a hint of something with the, having to do with the boots coming off and breaking routine. Her attitude, or the way that she would begin to speak to me, first things started coming up, and I was suddenly just wrong about everything. If I made a statement about something that I had been familiar with, for example, in my work that I'd been chopping away at for a good 30-something years, I was suddenly wrong. And then beyond that, if you tried to explain yourself and correct the problem, the misunderstanding, it would then begin to heighten as Ms. Heard was unable to be wrong. It just didn't happen. She couldn't be wrong. So these little digs and it would commence with sort of demeaning, name-calling, berated, sort of to be made a fool of, and those would escalate into a full-scale argument. And in the beginning, as one does, one sticks up for oneself in a debate, as it were, or an argument over something to try to prove the point. But when it escalates, and then it's hard to explain, but the argument would start here, and then it would roll around and become this circular thing of its own. So you get back to the beginning, essentially, of the argument. Now it's heightened even more, but it's still circular, and there's no way in or out. If there's a dialogue between two people, both people need to speak, but there was no way to fit a word in. It was a sort of a rapid fire, sort of endless parade of insults and you know, looking at me like I was a fool, and I just couldn't. I was having difficulty in my mind, of course, and in my heart, dealing with that sort of barrage, and part of that is I was confused as to the fact that whatever her age was at the time of these various arguments, she was mid-20s to late 20s and into 30s. I couldn't understand how I had somehow arrived at where I'd arrived from where I came from in the beginning of my life, and worked for 30 plus years doing these things. It was astounding how wrong I was about everything that I'd experienced within the movie, within the film industry, or in just life itself. No, I was sort of not allowed to be right, not allowed to have a voice. So at a certain point, when what enters your mind is, you start to slowly realize that you are in a relationship with your mother, in a sense. And I know that sounds perverse and obtuse, but the fact is that some people search for weaknesses in people. That is to say, sensitivities. And when you've told that person your life and what you've lived through and what you've been through, just as happens in relationships, the more that became ammunition for Ms. Heard to either verbally decimate me or to send me into a kind of tailspin of confusion and depression and well, it's not a happy day. It's not a happy week. It's not a happy month when you're constantly being told how wrong you are about this or that, what an idiot you are, or anything. It just then it increased, and it became an endless. It became that endless circle. Like, so as it escalated and continued to escalate, I went straight to what I had learned as a youth, which was to remove myself from the situation so that it couldn't continue, because there's only so much your ears can hear and never forget. So I would remove myself from the situation, as I'd done as a youth, as much as possible. Because I certainly didn't believe that there was any need for these various subjects or arguments to come up and travel the distance that they did so very quickly, to ramp up so fast. It was like you were pinned to a wall and had to just listen to it and take it. So I found the only way to find any sort of peace was to try to walk away. If she didn't allow me to walk away, there were times when I would just go and lock myself in, the bathroom or anywhere that she couldn't get into, and that happened constantly over the years.
What would happen when the fights would escalate, other than going and hiding in the bathroom?
I'm sorry? What would happen? Well, if they continue to escalate, if I continued to try to present my version or my side of the story, when you're approached in a kind of when you're approached with such anger and hatred, it seemed like pure hatred for me. If I stayed to argue that, eventually I was sure that it was going to escalate into violence, and oftentimes it did. Many times it did.
And when you say violence, what are you referring to specifically?
Miss Heard, in her frustration and in her rage and her anger, she would strike out. She would. It could begin with a slap. It could begin with a shove. It could begin with throwing a TV remote at my head. It could be throwing a glass of wine in my face. But all in all, it was just it was a constant. There was a built-in list of as I said, my personal experiences, which I gave to Miss Heard, those things were. Those facts were used against me as weapons, especially when it came to my kids. So yeah, I did. There was no need for it. There was no need for it. Too many lines were crossed. You couldn't see the lines anymore.
You mentioned that Ms. Heard would use information you gave her against you like a weapon. Can you explain that a little bit?
I mean, I've said this before in various interviews, but certainly in life. If I have one ambition, and ambition for me, when you equate it with Hollywood, has become an ugly word in a sense, because ambition means I want to be famous at any cost. I don't care what for. I just want to be famous. That's one thing. That's one part of it. If you have hunger or a need or a drive to present your work, that to me is the way to go about it. Fame has nothing to do with it. So I was more, I mean, basically the only ambition that I've ever had in my life arrived the second that my first child arrived. And in the instant, which was to be a good parent, to be a great father, to be the best father I could. And there were several occasions where Ms. Heard would tell me what a bad father I was, and that I had no idea how to parent. And again, it falls into the same category as before. I couldn't understand how in 52 years, or however old I was at the time, how I could be so wrong about everything. I mean, one learns along the road. The result of the road is not important. It's the road that's important, because we don't know exactly what's going to happen in 10 years. We don't know. So the road is what I pay attention to, and paying attention to trying to spend as much time with my children as possible. Even that would that could send Miss Heard into a monumental tailspin, where I could hardly ever go and see my kids and spend time with my kids, because she had to have me there at all times for her own needs.
So,
And that was something that, once you realize that that's happening, and then there are hassles between the children and her, the situation starts to get a little more grim and a little more dire. And that I was not prepared to take. I would not hear the words, "You're a bad father, you're a terrible father, you're an awful father." So one can only take so much of that before bits of your brain start to just, bits of your brain, bits of your heart begin to, the valve gets shut off, because you can't hear it anymore. And you know that it's not true, and you know that it's meant as a weapon. It's to slice you up. It's to bring you down. It's to demean you. It's to bring you into a place where you start to believe that there's something wrong with you. And there's plenty wrong with me. There's plenty wrong with a lot of people. But in all of these situations, my main goal was to retreat, because I think in life, most important is pick your battles. If there's a battle to be fought that is grave and important, then that must be dealt with. But small insults and kind of teenage sort of high school tactics, this bullying, if you will, was becoming too much to take.
so why did you stay with Ms. Heard given this type of behavior?
That's a very complicated answer. I can only say that I stayed through all that. I'm sure that it's somehow related to my father remaining stoic as my mother would beat him to death. I'm sure it had a lot to do with having been in a beautiful, wonderful 14, 15-year relationship with Vanessa, the mother of my children. Raising those kids was, there was, I had no interest in being a, you know, the words that they use that I dislike very much. A celebrity or an entertainer or fame is a strange word because I could never equate it with myself. I pumped gas, I worked construction, I printed T-shirts, I dug in, you know, I had many, many jobs before any of this happened to me. So I've been able to live both sides of that life, of life. I know the very lows, and I know the very highs of where my life has gone, and it's not, I don't, again, it would be pure idiocy for me to sit up here as an actor who's been very, very fortunate over the years, and I can only say it's luck in the sense that someone hands you the ball in the beginning, and you run with it, and you run as far as you can before you get tackled. So that's what I've always done. But what happens is when the word celebrity or when you are a, what do they call it, a public figure, that's what it is, a celebrity or a public figure. Again, not complaining, but there are things that are very uncomfortable, and that is to say that at that point anybody can say anything they want to about you. And that's happened to me over 36 years or more, that things can be printed in the newspaper that are utterly false. This is even early on. So this is where that privilege, I suppose, that they call the privilege of celebrity, that's where that sticks a knife in you. Because it's one of those, that's one of those situations where your arms are too short to box with God, you know. There are too many of them coming at you. So yes, I don't know what her motivations were, if there was some species of jealousy or there was some species of maybe just hatred. I don't know. But in any case, the elevation and the escalation of these day-to-day arguments were simply unnecessary. It was not to help the relationship. It did not help the relationship. It wasn't meant to help the relationship. It was meant to feed her need for conflict. She has a need for conflict. She has a need for violence. It erupts out of nowhere, and what I learned, the only thing I learned to do with it is exactly what I did as a child. Retreat. Just take a step back, which I told her, we need to remove ourselves from each other, even for an hour, a day, anything. Because this can't go on. No one can live like this, you know. But why did I stay? I stayed, I suppose, because my father stayed. I suppose because I had been in that relationship with Vanessa, and that was lost, and I didn't want to fail. I wanted to try to make it work. I thought maybe I could help her. I thought maybe I could bring her around, because the Amber Heard that I knew for the first year and a half was not this suddenly this opponent. It wasn't my girl. It was she had become my opponent, and everything that I did just didn't fit her. It wasn't. She didn't accept it. So I stayed because, of course, I didn't want to fail. I didn't want to hurt anyone, especially Miss Heard. I didn't want to break her heart. I remember very well that when my father left and my mother, Betty Sue, had that first attempt at suicide that I woke up to, and that visual in my head, and that was a direct result of my father's leaving. Ms. Heard had spoken of suicide on a couple of occasions, so that also becomes a factor. That's also something that always lives in the back of your brain, and that you fear. Because when I would leave sometimes, many times when I would try to leave, she would, stop me at the elevator with the security guards, crying, screaming, I can't live without you. I'm gonna die. But you had to get out. There were even a couple of times when I did escape and I got to my house, arrived at my house in Sweetser, and then 5 minutes later she would arrive in the I don't know what car she was driving at the time, but she would arrive in her nightgown, screaming in the parking lot in front of my house, screaming to high heavens. It'd be 4 in the morning, 3 in the morning. It was ludicrous. It was out of control. It was uncontrollable.
Did there come a time when you and Miss Heard started recording your arguments?
Yes. In fact, it was. I was the first person of the two of us to record conversations, and it was for this reason. We would have been talking the night before or arguing the night before, and she would say something. There would be these demeaning, berating insults. There would be these jabs. There would be anything to make me feel small and like nothing. So what I thought was, I'm going to record the conversation. And I told her this. I'm going to record. I'm going to get my phone and I'm going to record our conversation, because I want you to hear what you've said to me tomorrow. So that because she would deny having said those things. What are you talking about? It was it was surreal. She had completely denied things she'd said directly to my face in a heated and volatile way. And she denied it, so I went to her and I said, I'm going to record us. And I did, and we recorded the conversation, which, when she was on tape, the first time, it escalated a bit, but she was, well, it was clear that she was performing for the tape because it was being recorded. So that was another clue that something was slightly rotten in the state of Denmark, as it were.
What did Ms. Heard say to you about you recording the conversations between you and her?
I mean, initially she said, sure, go ahead.
Did that ever change?
No, then then she started recording, but surreptitious, without telling me that she was recording something, which is fine, but not so fine, if you know what I mean. Even in those tapes, it never took me to a place where I would go switch into some other entity, which is, as she has used the term, monster. Never switched to violence. Violence was unnecessary. Why would you hit someone to make them agree with you? I don't think it works.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned the term monster, and I think we heard about that in the opening statements. What does the term monster mean to you?
Well, the term monster means to me, you know, in the beginning, she had used a different word to explain the same thing, and she would use the word demons, that my demons were coming out, that she had noticed that there was a great change in my attitude or my aggressive nature, or she would say that the demons had come out and they had control of me and that sort of thing. I don't remember exactly how monster came out, but that word stuck and it stayed, well, until this day. What I believe the monster was in Ms. Heard's mind was her intense,
Objection, Your Honor.
intense.
His belief about what monster meant in Miss Heard's mind is not
All right.
relevant. There's no foundation.
Let me ask a different
All
question.
right, I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead.
When you used the term monster, what were you referring to in your conversations with Ms. Heard?
When I used the term monster with Ms. Heard, I was placating. If she had referred to me as being a monster, there was no way that I was going to sit there and go through a 45-minute argument about, you know, you're a monster. No, I'm not. You're a monster. No, I'm not. You're a monster. No, I'm not. It was an impossibility. So what do? You accept her vernacular. You accept the word that she uses, and then you use that word to placate her so that it would at least calm part of the aggression. It would lessen the attacks, you know. So explaining the monster was for me I mean, she had told me many times that the monster was only me when I was using drugs and alcohol. But even when I was stone cold sober off of alcohol and substances aside from my meds, the term the monster was still there. When she accused me of being high on cocaine or you know, drinking like a, you know, some sort of like drinking like I was a, you know, some kind of 19th century sailor. It's that was the word she clung to describe, but it was in her mind, not mine.
How did your relationship with Miss Heard affect your substance use?
Well, for example, when we were on the road, you know, when you're traveling from, if you're on a press tour, or if you're making a film and you're staying in hotels or this or that, I would always have to get a different, or we would always have to book an extra room that I was able to escape to, so I didn't have to lock myself in another bathroom. It breaks you down. The constant haranguing breaks you down. And, you know, there's a part of you that says, listen, if I'm going to be accused of this, might as well just do it. But it never exceeded, my substance abuse or use, the alcohol that I used or drank was, again, purely, it's that little boy who didn't want to hear or didn't want to feel the pain of his mother turning him into some kind of ball of insecurity and pain. So, yes, I was more inspired by Miss Heard to reach out for a numbing agent because of the constant clashes, because of I mean, maybe a few days here and there, but there wasn't a day that you'd wake up and you'd expect something was going to hit the fan, and pretty much like clockwork it did. So yes, I had to have something to distance me and distance my heart from those verbal attacks, I had to have something to be able to maintain me, and I'm afraid for a while, because of placation, because I didn't want to rock the boat, as it were. Again, you pick your battles. So placation seemed the best route if I was unable to escape her clutches.
How, if at all, did Ms. Heard try to support you in abstaining from the drugs and alcohol as she requested?
Well, I mean, verbally, and she had been quite clear verbally and pretty bullish and brutish about wanting me to, telling me that I needed to stop drinking. But drinking was basically drinking wine with her, and I suppose maybe from youth, I don't know, but I've always had a pretty high tolerance for alcohol, and especially it's not spirits, you know. I had a pretty good tolerance for alcohol, substances, and things of that nature, but there was no. I had no. I've worked with therapists, drug counselors, who have actually said the words to me, because I wanted to know. I wanted to know, am I an alcoholic? Am I an alcoholic? Or is this just the same thing that I did as a kid when I took my mom's nerve pill? Do I have a drinking problem? And it essentially came down to this. Do you have a drinking problem, Johnny?
Objection. Calls for hearsay. What the doctors told him.
I'm not sure he's saying what the doctors told him.
I think that's what's about to be testified to.
Oh, if you can make that clear, I guess.
Let me ask you a different question, Mr. Depp.
Yes. Let's let him object to another one.
How often would Ms. Heard drink in your presence while you were in a relationship?
Always. Well, yeah. Ms. Heard drank, she took a shine to a very nice Spanish wine called Vega Sicilia. She and all her friends did. Yeah, the wine would come out, and Ms. Heard could very easily drink 2 bottles of wine per night. Well, not a problem. What I found strange was when I did get sober from the I was off the opiates that I had been addicted to prior to a year or so before, a couple of years before. She asked me if I would stop drinking to save the relationship, of course. I stopped drinking. And I always found it odd that in support of me not drinking, that she might stop drinking. but she did not. She continued. And I didn't make a big deal about it. In fact, I would open her wine, I would pour her a glass, and that went on for many, many months, you know, in my sobriety. Like I said, I think I was sober for around 18 months. Then there was a time when I was asked to, and I'd been off of alcohol, I'd been off of drugs, everything, except for the medication that I'm prescribed. I had to go to London to give a Lifetime Achievement Award to a dear old friend who was an elderly man, great actor called, his name's Christopher Lee, and he was a dear friend. And I was surprised, he was being surprised by my showing up on stage. I'd just flown in from the States, and he was surprised by me arriving to give him this award. And Christopher came up and accepted the award. We walked, they brought us backstage to this beautiful library where I was with Christopher and his wife, and a waiter came up and had 3 glasses of champagne. And Christopher handed one to his wife, he handed one to me, and then he had the other. And there was a photographer there. And the glass came up to toast. And I just, in my head, I thought, it's just champagne, you know, a little bit tink to toast Christopher and his Lifetime Achievement Award. And so I'd had half a glass of champagne with Christopher Lee and his wife. After that, immediately after that award ceremony, I went to pick up Miss Heard and take her to dinner at a restaurant. And I told her that I'd had a half a glass of champagne with Christopher. And I thought, listen, it's not like, you know, you're sitting in a pub guzzling pints of snake bites or Guinness or doing shots of Jägermeister, or it wasn't even, at that point, it wasn't even for need to bury feelings or emotions. It was literally a joyous occasion for Christopher, and I said to her, I enjoyed it, you know. It gave me the opportunity to enjoy the actual champagne, the drink, and my appreciation for wine and winemaking, and that I've been fascinated with for years and years. And I saw nothing wrong in it, and I said I'd like to have a glass of champagne. As she was sitting there with a glass of wine, and we were in the restaurant, and she absolutely lost it and got up and stormed to the ladies' room. And I told my security and driver, I said, I think we have to go. I think we're gonna have to leave. So we left the restaurant and went home. And the mere suggestion of me sipping a glass of champagne or having 1 glass or 2 glasses of wine, she went apoplectic. It was, I was weak. I was a complete mess. I was an alcoholic. I was, you know, I was gonna ruin everything. Your kids are not proud of you. They can't stand what you're doing to yourself. So at that point, I said to her, okay, listen, how about this? You want to support me not drinking? I've never asked you this before. How about you stop drinking? How about you get sobriety and share this sobriety with me to support me and help me through this?
What did she say to that?
No. No. She said no. She said she didn't have a problem. But I've never had a physical addiction to alcohol. I don't.
How often have you seen Ms. Heard use other illicit drugs in your presence?
Several times.
And what drugs were those?
Well, she was always quite fond of MDMA, which is ecstasy, and mushrooms, and she had some medications that she was on already that were, well, one in particular was quite a high velocity speed, if you will, called, I don't know if I can say the name. Am I allowed to say the name? It doesn't matter.
That's not necessary. How often did you see Ms. Heard take MDMA?
A dozen times, 20 times, over the course of the years, during the course of the years.
And what about mushrooms?
Mushrooms a little less. Mushrooms probably 6, 7 times.
Mr. Depp, do you recall at the beginning of her opening, Ms. Heard's counsel mentioned that the first time you supposedly struck Ms. Heard was in response to a comment about one of your tattoos?
Yes, I remember.
And what is your response to that?
It didn't happen. I've never struck Miss Heard. As I said yesterday, I've never struck Miss Heard. I've never struck a woman in my life. I'm certainly not going to strike a woman if she decides to make fun of a tattoo that I have on my body. That's like going into someone's journal and picking out things you don't like. She had made mention, there was no incident of argument when the tattoo thing had been brought up many times, and I mean, there's really nothing I can do. I've always thought of my body as a journal, if you will, to mark experiences, to mark life experiences. For example, when my first child was born, I had her name tattooed over my heart, which is where her little head used to be when I rock her to sleep. I marked my boy's birth by tattooing myself for him. So no one can go back, or no one should go back and rewrite their journals. Why would I take such great offense to someone making fun of a tattoo on my body? That allegation never made any sense to me whatsoever.
Are there any tattoos that you had that Ms. Heard had an issue with, to your understanding?
Well, a tattoo that I believe is up here which used to say, Winona Forever, who was a former girlfriend, and we'd been together for a few years, Winona Ryder, and when we broke up, how do you fix that? I did go back and rewrite my journal to some degree. I took off the last two letters and had it say Wino Forever, just because I thought it was, again, through pain comes humor. Humor has to come in there at some point into the pain, and that's how you play it out in your mind. So I have, I think sometimes abstractly in that sense, so I changed it to Wino Forever. Any other tattoos? Well, she was very encouraging in me getting a tattoo of her name or whatever, and I waited a while, and then I did it. I got a full tattoo of her, and it ironically wasn't long after that that everything started going sideways. I was doing anything I could to bring a smile to her face, as opposed to the frown and then the onslaught of whatever problems she was seeing or experiencing. I would try to wake her up with laughter, you know, singing stupid songs in her ear while she, you know, I generally just tried to keep bringing her mood up. Sometimes it worked, many times it didn't. But I tried, and I wanted to try, because, as I said, I didn't want to fail. And at the time, not knowing fully, not understanding fully what I was, if you'll excuse the term, up against, I kept trying. I kept trying, but to no avail whatsoever. Okay, it just got worse.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to fast forward a little bit to May of 2014. Could you please tell the jury what project you were working on in May of 2014?
May of 2014. May of 2014. There were a number of films that I made in succession. I can't remember if that might have been Pirates. No, I can't. Mordecai, or May of, I don't remember. What can you remind me what May of 2014 film was?
Were you filming Black Mass in Boston of May of 2014?
Yes, okay, yes. Yes, excuse me. Yes. Oh, yes. I was filming a film called Black Mass in Boston, and Mr. Heard had come with me, and I had to, for the film, I had to. There were very early calls to work because I was I had a number of prosthetics glued to my face and blue contacts, so that I could resemble the actual. It's based on the true story of James Whitey Bulger, and so I had to go in quite early to get the prosthetics glued to my face and all that, and work. Then you'd work, you know, the whole day, and then at the end of the night, they would remove the prosthetics, which takes if it took 3 hours to put them on, it took about an hour to take them off. You know, so on top of what could be anywhere between a 14, 16, 17-hour day of work, you know, what with the application of the makeup and then the taking off of the applications.
Was Miss Heard staying with you in Boston during the entire time that you were making that film?
Yes. Yes, she was.
And who from your staff was in Boston with you during that time?
Jerry Judge. Keenan Wyatt, Stephen Duders, Nathan Holmes, I believe. And I believe Malcolm Connolly was there as well. So I would have assistants, sound technician, security. I believe that was it.
Mr. Depp, we heard yesterday from Mr. Wyatt about a flight that you and Mr. Wyatt and Miss Heard were on from Boston to LA in May 2014. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And could you please tell the jury what you remember about that specific flight?
I remember that as I was still shooting, filming Black Mass, before I did Black Mass, the film, my sister Christy and I were talking about the oxycodones that I had been. Again, you know, that was the monkey on my back. That she came to me. She told me she'd read this book of Dr. Kipper's book, and I read Dr. Kipper's book, a good majority of it, and I agreed that I would do the detox. I would kick the opiates, but there was no time to do it before the film. So when the nurse, which was Nurse Debbie Lloyd, when she came to Boston, she had asked me, what is your dosage? How many of these are you taking per day? And, you know, someone who had been under, under the kind of lock and key of a prescription drug that is highly addictive. I mean, with built-in barbs, this drug does not want you to stop taking it. She asked me how many I took per day, or my dosage, and of course, as any person who is addicted and essentially a fool to the drug, and you know how important it is because you have felt the sting when you don't have it. So I'd agreed to the detox, and she asked me how many I took. I told her, obviously, more than I was taking, purely because when you're in that frame of mind, the one thing that you do not want to, a situation you don't want to find yourself in, is having no access to the thing that will make you not high. It will make you, it gets you, you only get better from it. If you start to get the shakes and the tremors and you could feel this traveling into your system. Your receptors are out in mass, and your receptors are demanding that drug. If you don't give the drug to the receptors, you will start going into a pretty nasty withdrawal, and it could, which could and has ended in sort of seizures. You can go into pretty nasty seizures. So I had told Debbie Lloyd more than was necessary, so that I could always have one or two in my pocket on the just in case, so I didn't find myself, on a plane or anywhere without one in my pocket to stop the inevitable body cramps and nausea and stomach cramps and seizure of the bones and shaking and also it's quite an emotional ride as well. So yes, before the flight, Amber and her assistant, Savannah McMillan, wanted to be picked up in New York and then have the plane fly to Boston to pick me up, to bring us back to Los Angeles. We had spoken the night before. We had argued the night before. She was most definitely looking for a fight, actively searching for a way to instigate a fight with me. And I had taken 2 of these opiates, these roxycodones, and I can tell you now, some of you may be very, very well aware of this. Opiates are extreme downers. So if you have enough opiates in you, you will essentially go on what's called the nod. You'll just drop into sleep. So I've heard the words blackout used, and there's a grave difference between a blackout from alcohol abuse, because that is a person who has ingested enough alcohol to render them, they can still behave and they can still stand and talk and scream and yell and cry and do whatever they do, and never remember a thing. And generally they're always embarrassed by it. A blackout is a very, very different animal to the opiate taking you into dreamland. So when I arrived on the plane, I was not feeling any pain, and I knew that she was ready for some kind of brawl, and I sat on the plane drawing. I was drawing in my notebook. She would verbally heckle, hassle, accuse, poke, prod physically, you know, poke and prod psychologically, emotionally, just, and finally, you know, as was my, the one thing I learned, if you're gonna hide someplace from somebody, go straight into the bathroom. So I walked back into the back of the plane. I grabbed a pillow and I went into the bathroom, locked the door, and lay down on the bathroom floor and went to sleep. And that's where I remained for the rest of the flight.
How much, if any, alcohol had you had before you got on the flight?
I honestly don't recall having any alcohol. I mean, maybe there was the sort of glass of champagne when you got on the plane or something like that, the initial thing, you know, people order glasses of wine. People also tend to have a few drinks before a plane takes off because some people don't like the turbulence and the this and the that, so it's a little bit of a liquid courage, you know. But I certainly, after ingesting 2 of the roxycodones, alcohol was not necessary. So I can tell you now that I was not drinking to excess, certainly not. And if I had, I'd probably been in the bathroom hugging porcelain as opposed to sleeping on a pillow.
Who else was on that flight that you can recall?
I remember Jerry Judge was on the flight. Savannah was on the flight. Ms. Heard. Keenan, Wyatt, Stephen Duders. I believe that's it.
What do you recall happening after you arrived back in LA? Or go back to the same home together after that flight?
No, I don't believe, no, we didn't. I don't believe we did. I think she had decided if this is the time. Pretty sure. I believe she had decided to check herself into the Chateau Marmont. There's so many of these, it's hard to sort of keep them all straight.
Who would have paid for Ms. Heard to stay at the Chateau Marmont?
I would have paid for it. If she wanted to go to the Chateau Marmont, I wasn't going to let her pay for it, no matter the circumstances. I wasn't going to let her pay for it because I knew that that might get expensive for her. So generally, I would take care of things of that nature.
And why, did Miss Heard tell you why she was staying at the Chateau Marmont?
No. Well, I mean, she was clearly upset, and she was irate. And I can't say that it was a bad idea for her to stay at the Chateau Marmont at that time. I don't know why she went to the chateau, since she still had her apartment on Orange, I believe, and the penthouse, because I could have gone to Sweetser, but she went to the Chateau Marmont.
Mr. Depp, do you recall why you were flying from Boston to LA in May 2014?
I can't remember if it was a break from the film or if I had finished the film, and that was before we went, well, before I was supposed to go to the island to detox from the opiates.
I think
Is that
I'm about to switch gears,
Oh,
so
okay,
if this
that's-
is a good time for a break.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and have our morning recess. Please do not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody about the case, and we'll see you in 15 minutes, okay? Thank you. All right. And sir, again, since you're still on the stand, do not discuss your testimony with anybody, including your attorneys, okay? All right, we'll come back at 11:35, all right? Thank you. for the jury? Okay. All right, thank you. You can be seated. Thank you. All right, your next question.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, who's Dr. Kipper?
Dr. Kipper is he's been my doctor ever since I'd met him in, I believe it was that May of 2014, around there in Boston.
And why were you connected with Dr. Kipper?
My sister Christy knew, of course, that I had been addicted to the opiates, and she was concerned, and she brought me his book and talked to me heart to heart and asked me if I would be willing to go through the detox.
And what was your answer?
Yes, of course.
And you mentioned Debbie Lloyd. Can you please explain to the jury who she is?
Oh, Debbie Lloyd is a nurse who my doctor, Dr. Kipper, had assigned to my case to be the to oversee the detox and deliver the medications to me that would help with my with the effects of withdrawal that one goes through, to essentially try and knock you out so that you don't go through the nastiness of the affair.
Did Miss Lloyd stay on after the detox process as your nurse?
Yes, she did.
And when you were under Dr. Kipper's care, how often did you see Miss Lloyd?
On location every day. Yes, on location every day. Even when after a year or two, I was still seeing her at least on a bi-weekly basis, 2 to 3 times a week.
When did you start the detox process that you mentioned?
I know that I believe it was in August, July or August of 2015, 14, I cannot remember the year, 14, I guess.
And where did you do this detox process?
we did the detox process happened on, I have a place in the Bahamas. I'm never comfortable saying this, but it's an island. It's a very strange thing to say. But I thought that that would be the best place, the most private place where there were no worries of paparazzi or any of that. So it was a place where I could literally be, the only place where I can have actual anonymity. So I thought that would be the best place to do it.
Who came with you down to the island for the detox? Nurse Debbie Lloyd traveled with me on the plane. Ms. Heard. And I believe that was it. On the plane to go to the island for the detox. I was not bringing security. I was not bringing assistance. In fact, initially, my sister Christy was going to go there to help Ms. Lloyd and the doctor through the detox, which made perfect sense since that the whole thing had been born out of her desire for me to get clean. So initially it was supposed to be Christy coming in place of Ms. Heard. There was a great part of me that was very uncomfortable with Ms. Heard coming along for that detox because as things could fluctuate very rapidly in our relationship, I was wary that those things would come up during what needed to be a very straight detoxification of these substances. And I was well aware that it was not going to be pleasant. I was well aware that I was going to go through quite a bit of physical changes, physical yes, I was afraid that it would be too much for her, and I also felt that she might be too much for me at the time. So then why did Ms. Heard come down to the island with you during the detox process?
She insisted. She switched places with Christy.
Could you please describe for the jury, Mr. Depp, what it feels like to go through a detox from opioids?
I would say the best way to describe it is it feels like it feels like the inside of you, the very inside of you, is trying to escape the body. So it becomes obviously very physical, and so therefore you'll go into a withdrawal would mean that you would go into you'd have immense cramps in your stomach, your muscles would seize, my body would shake. The pain is like nothing I've ever experienced before. Part of it was, so the best way to explain it, for example, there was a situation that when we were on the island and I was going through the detox, and it was hitting pretty hard at that point. And Ms. Heard had made a deal with Nurse Debbie and Dr. Kipper to stay at their end of the island, and that she would administer the drugs to me, administer the medications that I needed to not go into for lack of a better word, these intense, sharp, painful heebie-jeebies. And there was a moment when I could feel my body starting to tense, and I could feel the withdrawals coming on, and they come on quick, and they're not discreet. They go straight for the jugular. I mean, like I said, when your receptors are in full bloom and begging for the substance, the drug, the opiates that my body had become used to, these receptors that were being fed by. There was a moment when it was coming on very fast, and I was sitting on a couch in the little house that we all saw on the island. Miss Heard was at she was in the sort of kitchen area, and she was chopping vegetables, I remember. And I think it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, and the effects of the withdrawals were really coming on. And I said to Miss Heard, I'm going to need the meds now. And she said, she looked at the clock and she said, "It's not time." And I said, no, you don't understand. This is not about clocks and watches and things. I'm going into the ship, and it was visible. And I hate saying this, and I hate to have to admit this, but that was, I believe that was about the lowest point in my life. That was the lowest I'd ever felt as a human being, because I had to say, please, please, may I have the meds, because it's really kicking in. And she was adamant, no, it's not time, it's not time. So in explaining how these withdrawals start to take over your body, when I was begging at that point for the meds, I found that I had sort of rolled off the couch, and I was sitting on the floor crying. I mean, tears streaming down my face, begging another human being to please give me the meds that will take this away. And she would not. She was adamant that, nope, it's not time, 4 o'clock. So the only thing that one can do in that situation is you have to trick the body. You have to you have to manipulate your body out away from those. Well, you have to trick the body to get away from the receptors. So the only thing that one can do is you go straight to the shower, and you put it on scalding water, and you stand underneath the scalding shower, and essentially you're burning the top, your skin is burning from the heat of the water. And what that would do is it would trick the nerves away from the receptors, because they had an immediate problem that needed to be dealt with, the nerves. So what it does is the scalding shower would reverse those nerve endings, and they would go up to the top of the skin because there was a problem there. So that's how I was able to bypass those withdrawal symptoms at times. It doesn't fully take them away, but what it does is it tricks your body into thinking that there's something going horribly wrong on top, so it keeps them away from the receptors. After that, I had a conversation with Nurse Debbie and with Dr. Kipper, and I said, I don't believe, I told them that she had denied me the meds when I was in need, and then I told them that I don't think that this is going to work here anymore. I think we have to leave the island, and I need to be, she can't be with me while I'm going through the rest of this detoxification. So I told them we should leave the island. I asked them if they understood what I was doing, and they did. So we went back to Los Angeles, and then I asked Miss Heard if she would please allow me 5 days, 7 days, whatever it took to get finished with the rest of this horrific detox and the pain.
Did Ms. Heard give you that time?
She did, reluctantly, yes. I was immediately accused of throwing her out. I was accused of abandoning her. I was accused of not appreciating all that she had done to get me to this point where I was, which was kind of an interesting argument for me. I begged her, please, can I get a place at the Beverly Hills Hotel? I'll get you and your friends a bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel where you can all stay together and have a grand old flag. You can have fun, you can do whatever you want, and you don't have to sit around Mr. Shaky. And she wasn't happy about it, but it was very necessary. So she did eventually leave for about five days or so, and I sat in after a few days, I sat in just a metal chair with one song on a loop, that I could focus on the lyrics and the power of the song to help me get through it. And even once the effects started to go away, that is the pain, I was still in this something strange that happens. you feel electricity in your body. You feel this electric, very foreign, and you're just sitting there like going through it. And I didn't understand what the electricity was until probably, and this lasted for, the electricity, that feeling lasted for a month, 2 months. And I finally realized at a certain point what that electricity was. And I was feeling, that's what it was. I was actually feeling without the aid of the drug, without the aid of any drugs. I mean, I'd had refused with Dr. Kipper and Nurse Debbie and Amber at the table before she left for the hotel with her friends. I had refused to continue taking the phenobarbital and the lithium because to me it was just another drug in the way. It seemed like it was just another hurdle to get over. And I would rather just get it out of my system now and move forward. Maybe I wouldn't have had the electricity. Maybe I wouldn't have felt as quickly, but I didn't want to take phenobarbital and lithium and Seroquel and Neurontin and all these other things. And the worst of the two, I believed, were the phenobarbital and the lithium. So I went through that man. My daughter, Lily Rose, did not come to the wedding. She and Miss Heard were not on particularly great terms for several reasons. There were a number of Miss Heard's friends and her family. So I'd say all in all, maybe there were, seems like there could have been no more than 20 people, 25 people, maybe.
Was there any alcohol served at the wedding?
Yes, there was alcohol served at the wedding. There was champagne. There was all the accoutrements, and then yes.
And was anyone ingesting any illegal drugs at the wedding?
Yes.
And who was doing that?
Well, there was a schedule that was written out and printed out and sent out, so that everyone would know exactly the time that everything would happen. And on that sheet, the schedule, there was like some kind of rehearsal type thing. There was also there was a great dilemma in who was going to be who. That's where the argument between Ms. Pennington and Io Tillett Wright.
Mr. Depp, who did you observe taking drugs at the wedding?
A number of people were taking MDMA. As I said, the list, there was after the wedding, there was it was like dinner, dancing, and drugs on the schedule that came from Ms. Heard and Ms. Pennington. So Amber, Raquel, a couple of friends of mine, Savannah, her assistant, Tillett Wright, all of her gang were all partaking of the MDMA.
What if any what if any drugs did you take that day?
Again, to be honest with you, I mean, I don't know how much MDMA they had, but for me, that was, for me to have taken MDMA would have been a waste of the drug. If you understand what I mean, it would have been essentially taking someone else's high, because it wouldn't have an effect on me.
So how many drugs did you actually take that day?
The day of our wedding?
Yes.
I smoked marijuana, and I don't remember drinking. I don't remember that I was drinking then. This was right. This was right before she was going to London to do, I believe, London Fields, and I was going off to Australia to do Pirates 5. I'm pretty positive at that point I wasn't partaking of alcohol. My drug of choice is, or was, and it is marijuana. That's all that was fine for me. So dipping into a little tiny baggie of, licking your finger and dipping into a little tiny communal bag of MDMA, it was pointless for me.
When you and Ms. Heard got married, did you have a prenuptial agreement in place?
No, we did not, no.
And why not?
There always seemed to be some reason or another why she wouldn't discuss it, or if we did discuss it, it became an issue that would turn into it would springboard into unpleasantness and then arguments. And then it was also too late. At a certain point, it was just too late. So then the idea of a post-nup agreement was brought up to Ms. Heard, and that was in Australia. That was the beginning of the Australian
Well, let's
fight.
talk about Australia then. But first of all, why were you in Australia?
I was working on Pirates of the Caribbean 5.
And who from your team was with you in Australia?
Jerry Judge, Malcolm Connolly, Nathan Holmes, Stephen Duders, Keenan Wyatt. I believe that was it. Oh, and yeah, no, that's it.
Was Miss Lloyd in Australia with you as well?
Oh, yes, sorry, yes. Miss Lloyd traveled to Australia with us.
And did Dr. Kipper come down to Australia at any point?
Yeah, Dr. Kipper came down a bit later.
Mr. Wyatt testified yesterday that he observed you have a meeting with Sean Bailey in Australia. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And could you please tell the jury who Sean Bailey is?
Sean Bailey, at that time, I believe he was the number three man at Disney in terms of hierarchy. He was upper echelon Disney, so he was under Bob Iger, and initially under Dick Cook, who was removed from Disney for some reason. So yes, he was number 3 man at Disney.
And why were you having a discussion with Mr. Bailey?
The discussions that I was having with Mr. Bailey, with Sean Bailey, were they had to do with, well, as I think we've established, I have always, from the beginning of that series of films, I had always rewritten my characters' words and jokes, if you will, and situational comedy and things that I would add. And Mr. Bailey was very complimentary about some of the things that I'd done. He'd come over to me laughing after
Objection.
a take.
Calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, this is just discussing generally what they were talking about.
He was getting specific. I'll sustain that if you want to continue. That's fine.
Mr. Depp, was Ms. Heard in Australia with you?
She came a little later, yes.
Do you recall when she came down?
I don't recall. Well. No, I do recall. It was March. It was March.
And what happened when Ms. Heard came to visit you in Australia?
Ms. Heard was upset because, as I stated earlier, as it was too late for a prenup agreement, there was discussion of post-nup agreement. And I had called my lawyer at the time and asked him if he could have one of his lawyers sit down with Ms. Heard and give her a basic rundown of what a postnuptial agreement meant, and I was told that they showed her.
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, this is something he asked an attorney. It's not a statement of fact that's being offered for its truth.
I'll sustain the objection. Okay. Next question.
What did Ms. Heard tell you she was upset about when she arrived in Australia?
Ms. Heard told me that the attorney that she met with was rude and dismissive, and all she was being shown was an example of a postnuptial agreement. Ms. Heard then stated to me that she was very upset. She stated to me that what she had said was, she said to the lawyer, the woman, that this Johnny can't, he must not, he doesn't know about this. He's never seen, he doesn't know that this is what this is. No way he would agree to this. And what Ms. Heard then expressed to me was that the lawyer, the woman, had laughed at her and said, "Oh, he knows. Yes, he knows everything." Which sent her into a tailspin. So by the time she arrived in Australia, that was sunk very deep into her psyche. I mean, so much so that what really surprised me was that she kept saying, "I'm not even in your will. I'm not even in your will." I thought that was an odd thing to say. Especially since I don't think anybody had had time to change wills or anything of that nature. So those things just didn't, it felt wrong. And she could not let go of the fact that I was in on this post-nup agreement, and that I was trying to trick her into essentially getting nothing if something were to happen.
And how did you respond to Ms. Heard?
So I just told her those are not my intentions, you know. And at a certain point, you don't know what to do. I mean, the person is telling you, she's telling you, you don't trust me, you don't trust me, you don't trust me, and I can't speak about legal documents. I can't speak legalese. I can't explain to her these things. All I could do was try to calm her down and say that I was not out to screw her over or put her in a position that was uncomfortable.
Did that work?
These were stock, normal things to do. It did not work, no. It escalated and escalated and turned into madness, chaos,
Can you please
violence.
Can you please describe that chaos and violence?
Yes, she was irate. She was irate, and she was possessed. And when I tried to remove myself, as I normally would from a situation, and that is to say, you know, as she's hammering me with sort of brutal words and I don't, pardon my language, but I remember that it wasn't nice sort of being called an ass kisser to lawyers or a pussy that didn't fight for her or stand up for her. I, again, tried to remove myself from the situation, but to no avail. As I literally, the house that they had rented for me in Australia was quite a large place. It was quite a bit of a labyrinth, you know, and a lot of rooms, a lot of extra rooms. So I would go to, well, I'll just cut to the chase. I think that I ended up locking myself in about at least 9 bedrooms, bathrooms that day, as she was banging on the doors and screaming obscenities and wanting to have a physical altercation.
So how did it come to be that your finger became injured?
There was at one point where I'd stayed in one of the, sitting on a bathroom floor, door locked, she's banging away, screaming, blah, 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 and then suddenly she stopped, and I could hear her walk away. I could hear her sort of receding into the distance, if you will, and yes, yes, it became very emotional because you can't win for losing. There was nothing I could do to make her understand that I had, if that lawyer had in fact done that, and I did call my lawyer at the time, Jake Bloom, and I had him get these people on the phone, and I'm ashamed to say that I had taken, at that point when I was on the phone with him, I had taken Miss Heard's words to heart, and I laid out a ration of I was very upset that she was pushed to that limit because I had believed it. And in fact, none of it had happened. So it was all getting too crazy. And again, I had been sober for many, many months from alcohol. and substances, aside from the marijuana. And I left the place, the room that I was hiding in, or not hiding, locked myself into, and I went downstairs in the house. Downstairs in the house, as soon as you walk in the house, you can go upstairs or downstairs. Downstairs there was a sort of a rec area, pool table and such, and there was a bar. And I was a mess. I was a wreck. I was shaking, and I just didn't understand why all this was happening. So I went behind the bar. I grabbed a bottle of vodka that was there and a shot glass and sat at the bar. She was nowhere around. And I poured myself 2 or 3 stiff shots of the vodka. First taste of alcohol I'd had in a long time. And then she came down to the bar and found me there. And of course started screaming, "Oh, you're drinking again, the monster," and all that. So she walked up to me and reached and grabbed the bottle of vodka, and then just kind of stood back and then hurled it at me, and it just went right past my head and smashed behind me. So I stood up and I walked behind the bar, and there was a larger bottle of vodka, the kind with the handle, on it. I grabbed that and I went and I sat in my seat again. I opened the bottle and I poured myself a shot and drank it. Miss Heard was flinging insults left, right, and center, and she then grabbed that bottle and threw that at me. And the way that the bar was situated and where Miss Heard was, so if I could show you, so if this is the bar where the glass was and the bottles, if this was the bar and I'm sitting here like this, she would grab the bottle and she would go there. She went there. And so I was leaning like this in the chair, looking at her. First bottle went, then got the other bottle, shot, takes the second bottle, which was the larger one. I'm in this position again, and my hand is on the edge of the bar, like that, leaning over, the fingers like that, and she threw the large bottle, and it made contact and shattered everywhere. And I honestly didn't feel the pain at first at all. I felt no pain whatsoever. What I felt was, I felt heat. I felt heat, and I felt as if something were dripping down my hand, and then I looked down and realized that the tip of my finger had been severed, and I was looking directly at my bones sticking out, and the meaty portion of the inside of your finger, and blood was just pouring out. And at that point, I think that I went into some sort of, I don't know what a nervous breakdown feels like, but that's probably the closest that I've ever been. Nothing made sense. And I knew in my mind and in my heart, this is not life. This is not life. No one should have to go through this. And as I said, this feeling of nervous, being in the middle of some sort of nervous breakdown, I started to write with my blood, in my own blood, on the walls, little reminders from our past that essentially represented lies that she had told me and lies that I had caught her in. And then the next thing, amongst all the madness, I would again hide in the bathroom or wherever, and I texted Dr. Kipper and I said, you might want to come over. I've cut my finger off here.
Which finger was cut, Mr. Depp?
It's the middle, it's the funny looking one. It's the middle finger here. You can see you can see all the sort of, from the initial wound, all these bones up here were crushed, and it looked like Vesuvius, and so this part of my finger now is, so that because of not having use of the tip here, this is basically arthritis that kicks into the joint once that upper part of the finger is mangled.
So is that the right middle finger?
Right middle, yes.
And is that your dominant hand?
Yes, it is, yes.
Mr. Depp, after Ms. Heard threw the vodka bottle at you and severed your finger, what, if anything, did she say when she saw the injury?
I don't recall anything, but just, it was almost like white noise, just someone yelling. It was just a high-pitched, constant attack of insults. It was just jumbled words to me in a very high frequency, and I was in a bit of shock, I was in shock.
You mentioned that you reached out to Dr. Kipper. Did you receive medical attention after that?
Yes. Jerry Judge, Malcolm Connolly, I believe Debbie Lloyd was there. Yes, Debbie Lloyd was there. Ben King had arrived as well.
Who is Ben King?
Ben King he's essentially, he's a house, sort of an estate manager, and we'd worked together in London a few times, and he's a wonderful guy. So I brought Ben along to Australia to manage everything. He's very, very good and very nice. And then there was also Oh, yeah, I mentioned Malcolm and Jerry. Yeah, they were there as well.
Which, if any, of the medical professionals that you saw that day did you tell what happened to your finger?
When Malcolm and Dr. Kipper, when they took me to, first we went to Malcolm's apartment where he was staying while we were shooting the film, and tried to clean my hand because I had worked the day before, and obviously when you're playing pirate, Captain Jack or whatever, you're covered. They paint with alcohol, with rubbing alcohol. They paint dirt all into your hands and into your face and everything. So they were worried about getting my finger clean. So they tried doing that at Malcolm's. And then Kipper said, no, we got to get to emergency room, and we've got to get hold of the tip of his finger. So we went to the emergency room. The doctor asked me what happened, and I lied to him. I said that I had smashed it in these large accordion doors, that it got caught in the accordion doors.
Why would you lie about that?
I lied because I didn't feel, I didn't want to disclose that it was what it was. I didn't want to disclose that it had been, I didn't want to disclose that it had been misheard, that had thrown a vodka bottle at me and then took my finger off. I didn't want to get her in trouble. I didn't want to, I tried to just keep things as copacetic and as easy as possible for everyone. I did not want to put her name in that mix.
Did you tell Dr. Kipper what had actually happened to your finger?
Yes.
After you returned from the hospital, where did you go?
I went to Malcolm Connolly's apartment and slept on his couch.
And to the extent that you know, where was Ms. Heard during this time?
Ms. Heard was, I wasn't there, but I had, it was clear that she had to, she needed to leave. And I'd asked them to get her on a flight from Melbourne or Sydney or wherever back to Los Angeles.
Why did you ask for that?
I didn't want to see her. I didn't want to see her. I didn't want to have any more arguments. I was, for all intents and purposes, I was just done.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you a picture. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 145. Mr. Depp, what is this a picture of?
That is, that's me in the emergency room. I see a detail that I'd forgotten, which is Ms. Heard had taken my cigarette from the ashtray and stomped it out in my face here.
Could you mark on the screen where you see that?
It's right above that green dot.
And do you know who took this picture?
I do not know.
Can we please publish this to the jury?
Do you want to enter into evidence?
Yes, please.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. All right, 145 in evidence. You can publish to the jury.
And so, Mr. Depp, now that the jury can see the photograph, can you again explain what that green dot is identifying?
Just above the, well, just above the green dot is a wound from Ms. Heard taking my cigarette, and this is after the finger had gone away, and she stubbed it out in my face and on my cheek. So that's the result of that.
If we could please take this down, and I'd like to show you, Mr. Depp, Plaintiff's Exhibit 144.
Yep, it's
What is this a picture of, Mr. Depp?
the remains of my finger.
And was this taken shortly after you were injured?
I believe this was taken at the emergency room, I'd imagine.
I'd move this into evidence, but I'd like to also warn the jury and the people in the audience that this is a very graphic picture.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 144.
We can take this down. Thank you. Mr. Depp, how long after your finger was injured did you return to LA?
After the emergency room, the following day, I was sent to they'd found a surgeon in Australia, so that I could go. They wanted me to take have X-rays taken and all that. So we went to that doctor, the finger surgeon, and he asked me what happened to my finger, and I again lied, and I stuck to the story that it was smashed in an accordion, a large accordion door. And he looked at me as if I were lying. And the next thing I heard was, "Sir, that is a wound of velocity." And
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, this is a communication in the context of medical treatment.
I'll sustain the objection. Moving on.
So Mr. Depp, this was a surgeon you saw in Australia?
yes,
When did you return to Los Angeles after seeing that surgeon?
I believe it was probably the next day, where it might have been Kipper or someone who had hooked me up with a a wonderful, a great expert in reconstruction of, you know, hands, fingers, digits, whatever. So I went to see the surgeon, and we prepped for surgery, you know, pretty quickly.
And what type of surgery did you have on your finger?
The majority of this was all missing, and essentially, to some degree, hollowed out, if you will, because the bone had shattered, and then there was the bone that was sticking out down there. So he had to do a skin graft from this part of my hand and graft it onto my finger to give me a finger again.
Anything else that was done to your finger to stabilize it?
I don't think it was initially that they put the pin in. I think the pin, feels like the pin came later. I'm not sure, but you just, I had to go after the surgery. It was bandaged up, and they give you all kinds of things on what to do, what not to do, keep it elevated or this or that, and I just walked away with a very large middle finger. It was all wrapped up to like this, and then, you know, medicated. They've given me shots in there and such.
How long did you wear that bandage that you just described?
Well, the bandage was from the time of the surgery all the way through the remainder of finishing Pirates of the Caribbean, which was, I think I finished, the injury took place in March. Finished Pirates of the Caribbean 5, I believe, in August, beginning of August, end of July. So there was a bandage on it the whole time. What I had to do was wear, because of, there's a special effects trick that they had planned. Basically, whatever bandage I had on, as long as they could, they would put little green dots, for example, on the splint and the finger and all that, and the bandages, so that in post-production they could use what's called computer-generated imagery, CGI, to erase the bandage and replace it with a normal finger. That's how we finished the film.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 61. And if we could scroll to the second picture, or third. Can you keep going? One more, please. Another. Sorry, this is a series of pictures, and to spare everyone, I don't think I'll show you the immediate injury again. This was one right here. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's reflected in this picture?
This was taken in the surgeon's office, where I'd go in, well, I had to go in every few days to have it checked out for infections and such. And so the finger, non-finger, was wrapped quite heavily, and there was this medicated, kind of greasy medicated thing on top of the wound itself. And this, I believe, seems like when the pin was in here, and the wrapping is, the bandage is, well, I had my choice, you know, and I thought, well, may as well take the kiddie bandages, you know, dinosaurs and hearts and unicorns. As I said, you know, at least have some humor to deflect the pain.
Your Honor, I'd like to move Plaintiff's Exhibit 61 into evidence.
Do you want the whole exhibit or just this picture?
If we could publish the whole exhibit.
You want the whole picture, the
Yes.
whole exhibit in? Any objection to 61?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 61, but you just want to publish this part of 61?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So how long after your injury was this picture taken?
After the initial injury,
Yes.
I'd say no more than, it would seem to me, no more than 5 days, a week.
And how long was this bandage on your hand for?
Well, I was wearing bandages all the way up until I finished the film, and then yeah, up through August for sure, and then beyond, I had to keep it. I had to keep it covered. I had to keep it protected.
Do you recall how long after the injury that how long after the surgery the pins were removed from your finger?
I would say maybe, I think it was about 2 or 3 days, because I remember that there was maybe more, but I just remember that the pain seemed to be getting worse and worse as Debbie would rate it, you know, from is this an 8 out of 10? Is this a 3 out of 10? That kind of thing. At a certain point, it became kind of a 12 out of 10, because it felt hot, very, very, very hot, and it felt there was throbbing. It was like it was throbbing, and the pin in there. It was like I could feel the pin in there. So we'd called the surgeon. I called the surgeon, told him. Actually, I think it might have been Debbie Lloyd. Actually, called, but I knew I had to see the surgeon again because something felt very wrong, and I went there, and he removed all the bandages, and he found that that my finger was indeed infected, and that I'd contracted MRSA, MRSA, which is like I believe it's like the flesh-eating disease or something. But it was a pretty grotesque sight. After with the pin in, and what they had to do to save it.
Mr. Depp, while your finger was injured and healing, did you ever take any opiates during that time?
No, ma'am. No more.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch gears, so if
All right.
it makes
We can
sense to
do
take
that.
our lunch break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch break. Come back at 2 o'clock. Just make sure you do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, and we'll see you at 2. And again, sir, since you're still testifying, you cannot discuss your testimony with your attorneys or with anybody else, okay? All right. See everybody at 2? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Poor Celia had to listen to beer talk all day.
So your boss is no longer very much
Now, I'm gonna have you come on this side.
warmer.
Yeah. Okay. So I have 4 licenses: 2 100Ks and 2 60Ks. Or no, actually, I think these are 4. So probably covered this whole time.
Did you say we're all set up?
Yeah. Oh wait, can you talk to the mic?
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep, you're good. Sorry, Miss Italy, like that. Yep. They have any problem with this.
So here's a really good
Sorry for the right.
So I
Hey, Linda, can you hear me? It's Jesse. Yeah, we'll talk about it. Sounds perfect. Oh, I was sent it. I will send it to everybody. I'm on the his PR people. Send it.
You need something, Katie?
No, we're just on lunch break. I got in though.
Yay. What did you take an orange Sharpie? Oh,
Thanks so much, Linda. Yeah, it's been quite the morning. It's a continuation of what Johnny Depp started with yesterday. His relationship with his mother, abusive woman. See what his father decided not to fight that. So this is tied for that. And then basically said, you know, I really believe it for her. Well, then he documented some more graphic how exactly saw this photo of Johnny Depp's bloody finger. Now, one thing that he said that was actually objected to was sustained. On Turn the Clock, you know, Depp y Heard, he had said that the PR doctor had said that this is after the movie aerial crossing. In other words, it's more likely than not something was thrown at him as opposed to himself. He basically, at the end of his movie, Depp y Heard, somebody who's so not really caring or supportive person. And what struck me as I was listening to this, of course, the jury is also one last point I want to make is that as he's talking all about this, so everybody should remember that yes, he's trying to support his case of defamation, but he's also trying to disprove her counterclaim of $100 million, which he was basically saying that he lied about her in public, saying that it was his fault.
listen, we are all going to have this conversation this morning, and I'm not done. I think she's, again, if I were a betting, still good morning. Nope. All right. So now let me see.
Really? Is it a red line? Oh, English. That's an English book. Wow. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Hey. What's your name? What a good girl. My daughter's got a little Frenchie.
Oh yeah? How's that?
They're wonderful.
A lot of energy, like sneaky energy.
But you know what? They're the most, they're just the most, what's the word, passionate dogs. This is a dog. She'll actually, she'll put her paws on both sides of
She's the same way.
Really?
I have to pick her up at nighttime.
Unbelievable.
I throw over my phone like a little toddler. Just
Yeah.
like,
I love her coat.
okay.
Where'd you get her?
We drove down to South Carolina, well, just on the border of North Carolina, South Carolina, one city. You guys here for the Johnny Depp thing?
Yeah.
How's that going?
We sit out here with our shit on.
No update until later.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so many good players.
I didn't watch Hencock yet. They were interviewing someone else.
It takes
I could not like flag for taxes, but he did.
Out with it, right?
day. Yeah. And then rain, cold rain, snow pellets. Okay.
Hope it continues to be like this for you.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah, of course.
Bye, Zena.
Sure. Take care. Have a good one.
Oh, you have a live video or
We have a TV. Okay, maybe. Yeah. Maybe we can record it. They'd have to record it in New York. It says TVO. But I can record it on my car. I'd have to go back to my hotel room. No, I mean like when you go back in. What's the turnaround time on it? Okay. All right, I'm going to film it right now.
Don't leave your
Also,
chair
another
still.
quick question for you.
Yeah.
The last one, I didn't see the jury's
No, I'm gonna
reaction, so I
listen
can't.
further
I
when
don't
it
want to. Don't feel 100% comfortable saying
Yeah.
that, but I can answer all the other questions.
Yeah, you showed me your fucking son. I need to upgrade on chairs. This is just a little.
No, those are great chairs, but is that the
Yeah.
triangular one?
Yeah.
There's one that's just like a triangle.
Yeah, it's
oh, that's
small.
yeah, it's triangle with the back.
Yeah,
Interesting. That's
and it's
modern.
like it works. And I don't. My
It's
truck
even simpler. It's just an actual triangle. You ever seen those? They're like super small.
I've got one of those tube things that extends,
It just goes in a run.
but it doesn't have a back. Yeah, I wanted it,
That's brilliant.
but this fits in my truck.
Oh, it's brilliant. I wish I had that. It's so easy.
Yeah, they're like $10 on Amazon, man.
What time's her hit? Did she have a hit?
I don't think she has until 4 o'clock.
Till it's over.
I mean, we go on the air at 4, so they'll. Yeah, so she'll probably do 4, 5, and 6, and that'll be it.
I'll bring it back to those.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I'm gonna set myself up.
It's the same guy again.
Yeah. What's he doing?
What do you want?
Some camera guy asked me for a pickup, and then he's like, well, I don't know if it's 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. And I'm like, it's neither of those times. 6 p.m.
Oh, you're kidding. Really? Hey, you guys were on the air when he stopped, weren't you?
Yeah.
What a dickwad.
And I'm sitting there like this.
Yeah.
And he's looking at me.
That's why we walked over. I was going to motion his ass by.
I'll ask him. I'll see if it's convenient.
Outside the video.
Yeah.
That's pathetic. I mean, if that's how bad your
For
business
6
is.
o'clock.
You're here for one fare for like $50.
Where are you going back to?
Herndon.
Go back to your house?
Yeah, it's about $50.
And it's easier than driving your own car?
No, my
Oh,
car's
that's
in the
right.
shop.
Your car's in the shop.
Yeah, yeah. My coils melded to the wires.
Oh, God. You know what I'm saying? Just show
It
it.
doesn't sound like a normal thing.
Yeah, it sounds like there's something like they're just fixing that, and it's like, well, what's causing that? You know what I mean? Like, why would my cables
Who's to say it won't happen again?
exactly just keep capping? Because maybe it's like an
Did you do a little research on the Jeep site?
No, I gotta look into it this weekend. I didn't have time.
Maybe you get it fixed and sell it. Go to CarMax and tell them you want to trade it in for something else. Do they take trades?
Yeah, but you don't get much for it.
Oh.
Yeah, in fact, because they know their car, they
Yeah.
they sold it to me. They're like, yeah, we know this piece of shit. We're gonna give you $500 for this. That's all I ever get. I get like $500.
Yeah.
I've been getting CarMax for a while now.
Yeah, I've got 2 old cars, and living in Virginia, I'm not paying that fucking property tax.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though, if I was to buy a new car for all season, I would buy. You should look into these. A Kia Seltos. It's a smaller smaller SUV, but not too small. And
Yeah, Kias are not bad.
fuck, 100,000 miles, 10-year warranty. There's your fucking coil problem. That's why I would buy it. Like if this happened to you with a Kia.
Oh wait. Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh.
It's interesting when she's going to have to be testified, she's going to be like 5 years away from
This guy's an idiot. He's like, understands referring to me. These people don't.
I'd be frowning too.
coworkers. Good morning. It appears that someone accidentally took my Fox 5 coat and shirt that I wore to work and left it in the green room closet. Can you please return it as soon as possible? And this guy works the 4 a.m. shift. Well, there can't be too many people who are guilty.
The other thing is that you reasonably think that somebody would, like, you know what I mean? Like, why would somebody do that? I mean, why would they take that?
There's some fucked up people.
Yeah, I talked to Ann Miller.
I don't wear anything. This is box office.
We're definitely in.
They gave us all this shit. It's like I told my boss. I'm like, well, Reuters is one thing. Fox is, I do have a Fox. It says Fox 5, and it's actually a nice coat. I have it from I'm freezing. I'm soaking wet and I'm freezing my ass off. I'll put it on.
Really great.
But generally, I don't wear that shit. But you know, they're like, oh no, they think that they're doing you this huge favor. I'm like, no, it's okay. Give it to somebody who can wear it.
Somebody wants to be beat
And
up.
then they look at you like,
Hi. I have a question. Do you know when it starts tomorrow? Like, what time it starts tomorrow, the court?
The court every day at 10.
At 10?
Every day.
but if you want to see Johnny Depp, you got to be here at like 7:30.
Well, actually, around 9:15 to 9:30, he comes in the back.
Oh, got it.
So you have to go find the spot.
You want to see him or her?
Obviously.
Go into the back.
Yeah, hang out in the back in the
Oh,
morning.
okay.
Yeah,
And he
you'll
shows
hear
up in
people,
his limo.
you know, people can yell.
And what you should do is make a little sign, because if you had his name on, if you're just standing there like you are now, he's probably not going to look. But if you make a little sign with his name on it, he's going to look at you.
Okay. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. Thank you.
Little.
You're welcome.
Now they're going to go home and make a sign.
When are you starting? Look at shit. And make sure it says fuck Fox News.
Yeah. Make sure it says, I'm on birth control.
Well, yeah, for Johnny.
Hey, there's something wrong with him. Is there something, like, when you listen to him in the courtroom, is he like that all the time?
I haven't heard him yet. Yeah,
You haven't?
I heard
You
that
should
he's-
listen to some of his clips. It's like,
he's like underwater or something.
yeah, and it's like, it literally takes him 20 seconds to say like 6 seconds of words.
Yeah.
He'll say like 2 words and then pause.
But there's nothing in there really.
You know, you're like, what the fuck, dude? It's like his brain isn't working.
Or maybe he has like an IFB in his head. And someone's like in the other room going, okay, Johnny, say only this. And they're like checking, they're approving the words. The two lawyers are talking. Okay, he should say this, right? Yeah, he should say, no, don't. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
See, we should do comedies.
I know.
I've always said cruise.
This could have been a podcast. You and I talking all day today could have been a fucking podcast, and somebody would.
Tech talk.
Yeah. What is that? Is that a cable cutter?
Looks like Brad Pitt. It's funny, man. Actors just play real people. So I think women really actually want to meet the character that Johnny Depp plays. They really don't know him.
Yeah.
I mean, none of us know. I mean, that's the service. That's probably what's shocking to everybody now. We're finding, he's a dullard.
Yeah.
He's a fucking dullard. He can't keep a conversation going for longer than 4 minutes. Hey, good afternoon. It's Greg Spoy with the Jeep Patriot. You guys worked on this morning? Jeep Patriot. And you guys told me it was ready. So I'm just calling to let you know that Karen is going to come by and pay for it. We're going to get it tonight. I can't get there by 5 p.m. because I'm working. Yeah, so she'll come by. She's not trying to steal it. I authorize her to pay for it and pick up the key. So, cool. Okay, thanks, man. Bye. Yep.
You
Bye-bye.
should have said, I authorized her to pay for it, but not pick it up.
Yeah, we've had merged back and forth for a while.
Oh, wow.
Not married, but we're...
Wow.
Yeah, hey, it's David. How you doing? I'm well. So let me know when you can see me and hear me and all that stuff. That's
Yeah, so Johnny Depp's strategy today is basically what happened yesterday. His mother,
Johnny Depp back in the hot seat for day 2 of his defamation trial against ex-wife Amber Heard.
You want some water, dude? I got extra water.
I'm sure. You want some water? I got some.
I'm gonna come up probably at like.
Yeah, I got some.
Actor Johnny Depp is back in the hot seat on day 2 of his defamation trial against his ex-wife Amber Heard. I may be busted with this story coming up. Actor Johnny Depp is back in the hot seat for day 2 of his defamation trial. Actor Johnny Depp is back in the hot seat for day 2 of his defamation trial against ex-wife Amber Heard. I may be busted with this story coming up.
Amber Heard is not a partner.
Okay.
She was somebody who really helped him through how the separation process was quite difficult.
And jury. Johnny Depp returned to the witness stand in Virginia court on Wednesday in his defamation case against his ex-wife Amber Heard. Pirates of the Caribbean star sued. Johnny Depp Grant said that they I have never seen house
Fighting against the counterparty while $50 million
Johnny Depp returned to the stand. Johnny Depp returned to the stand in Virginia court on Wednesday in his defamation case against his ex-wife Amber Heard. Pirates of the Caribbean star did not Depp went on to claim the Aquaman actress berated and attacked him during their marriage. Depp detailed how his ex-wife threw a large bottle of vodka at him, smashed his hand, and severed his head from his right middle finger during an argument in Australia while he was filming Pirates of the Caribbean.
All right. Let me let you out.
I'm gonna have to hold on a second. Let's start over again. I gotta take this call. Hey.
All right, you go have fun.
So Depp is doing
Okay, you got one. Okay. Yeah, let me just restart the back end.
This is somebody who said, I was picking up 100 words a day, but that is not why very different, quiet, reserved, very careful, slow, methodical in the way that he speaks. And I know he can say these people, more than they can say the same thing when Amber Heard testifies. There's just something about it that seems very
Johnny Depp returned to the stand in a Virginia court on Wednesday in his defamation case against his ex-wife Amber Heard. The Pirates of the Caribbean star did not mention Heard. Depp went on to claim the Aquaman actress berated and attacked him personally during their marriage. Depp detailed how his ex-wife was abusive. Depp claims his ex-wife threw a large bottle of vodka at him, smashing his hand and severing the tip of his middle finger during an argument in Australia wanted to make things more complicated.
Side. Good one.
Depp told jurors he wanted to make things more with Amber Heard, but there were, quote, too many lines crossed. In Fairfax, Virginia, on Fox News. Okay, and that was a quote, too many lines crossed. Depp told jurors he wanted to work with Amber Heard, but there were, quote, too many lines crossed. In Fairfax, Virginia, Fox News.
I had the cell phone as Depp. I was telling him,
Depp told jurors he wanted to make work with that wife.
like this, but as long as we can.
Depp told jurors he wanted to
Yeah,
work with Amber
a
Heard,
minute or
but
so.
there were, quote,
Like, that's
too
a
many
shit,
lines
man.
crossed.
He's gonna die. He's gonna
Fairfax,
die.
Virginia, on Fox News.
Now I'm like, Lady keeps going by with her cell phone recording us, and that last one, I'm like, dude, you're not really hiding it. Like, I can see it. So much fun. No problem. So her next time by, I'm literally gonna wave.
I'm just like, you're really gonna risk the phone falling like that?
I mean, every shot she has is me doing this.
Depp told jurors he wanted to work with Amber Heard, but there were, quote, too many lines crossed. In Fairfax, Virginia, he was on Fox 13 News.
Twice. Right.
Depp told jurors he wanted to work with Amber Heard, but there were, quote, too many lines crossed. In Fairfax, Virginia, he was on 12 News.
So this was happening. Well, yeah, you might have seen that.
Depp told jurors he wanted to work with Amber Heard, but there were, quote, too many lines crossed. In Fairfax, Virginia, he was on Fox 13 News.
Did it, and I was laughing. I think that's fingers all over your fingers. And I thought that might be
Fox 31 or Fox 31.
I just think it's funny because like that last one, she's got her arm over the phone. I'm like, dude, you're not hiding.
Depp told jurors he wanted to work with Amber Heard, but there were, quote, lines crossed. In Fairfax, Virginia, he was on Fox 13 News. Depp told jurors he wanted to work with Amber Heard, but there were, quote, too many lines crossed. In Fairfax, Virginia, he was on Fox 9 Plus. Depp told jurors he wanted to work with Amber Heard, but there were, quote, too many lines crossed. In Fairfax,
Or
what is it, Fox 5 News?
you want me to go find a band that has it?
Depp
Then when you
told
win your
jurors
Emmy,
he
I
wanted
want
to work with Amber Heard,
Eric's thanks
but
for
there
getting
were,
that
quote,
wristband. They got
too
me
many lines
amazing,
crossed.
but not
In Fairfax, Virginia, he was on Fox 5 News. And 3-2. Depp told jurors he wanted to work with Amber Heard, but there were, quote, lines crossed.
George Stewart,
Fairfax,
that's
Virginia, he was
from
on
every time I
Fox
talk to him, I'm laying down. I'm like, you want to go in and get
Depp told jurors he wanted to work with Amber Heard, but there were, quote,
I might go in.
too many
I
lines
just want to
crossed. In Fairfax, Virginia, he was on Fox
I want to
News.
wave. Yeah. I actually was saying that to my their Angus burger must be real Angus. The burger and cream was good.
Depp told jurors
Yeah. you are off until like the 3 or whatever. But you can walk in and out of the overflow if you want, right? Because there's no way. Yeah. We did that with a soda. Oh, you can just look at that.
Oh, no, no, fine.
Depp told jurors he wanted things to work with Amber Heard. Depp told jurors he wanted things to work with Amber Heard, but there were, quote, too many lines crossed. In Fairfax,
I will have to say this though, even for how thorough they are in there, that's the smoothest moving security line I've ever done.
Okay, do you mind if I just...
I mean, like you look at the line, you're like, oh, there's 10 people in front of me, and then next thing you know,
It was loud earlier. I just focus on the not the part, the back,
it's funny, she did it, they did it to me yesterday, and I was like, all last week, she was got through. And then they're like, just too much.
Actor Johnny Depp returned to the scandal.
Maybe for the first time. But I was like, that's
Johnny Depp returned to the scandal in court on Wednesday in his defamation case against the ex-wife Amber Heard. Irish attorney and star did not mince words. He went on to claim the Aquaman actress degraded and attacked him constantly during their marriage. Depp claims his ex-wife wrote a large bottle of vodka in his
I don't have it here, so
but
I have a little thing, it's called Cool Tire. It's really, you can get them at DNA. I hope it's full of drinks, so you're not having to clean anything. And it's got an Allen wrench on the side. The Allen wrench is the reason why they took it from Kevin. Like our other guy, they took it out of court, so like that could use as a weapon. It's literally about 3/4 of the way from yeah. And the guy said weapon, but Kevin's like, I think they just don't allow Allen wrenches. Yeah. Because it's used like that Allen wrench, ironically, they brought out that little dial. That's why we like it. They made him take it off because I really like this out of here. And it had basically this really smooth.
Awesome. Hey, can you do me a favor? Can you send me the Gillette ID when it's done, please? I want to watch it with the box tag. Okay, what time do you think we'll be done about? Okay, you can send it to me. Okay. Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
All right, David,
You go back in. Okay,
I'm going in.
okay.
What did they have in the comments? And they're short, but they're like bigger, almost like all right, I'll be back now. Are you sure you don't want to go?
Oh, no, I'm fine.
Okay.
right now, then I have a 320, then I have a 540 FPN, and then we're still 640. Okay, I am not going to mention that audio call because that's years ago. Yeah, well, yeah. Did you see my note back that I said that it was 2020?
Did you get lunch when you got back?
What did you say? I'm sorry. Yeah, for the audio itself. Okay. Plus, yeah, it was old. Yeah, it was old. Yeah, the story was probably just someone posted to social media to make it seem new. Yeah, that's probably what happened. Good, yeah, all of a sudden it came out of nowhere.
Okay, there's another street going on right now.
Okay, cool. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and literally just talk about you kid, and then I will, and I'll probably have to final script for about 5-10. Yeah, about his finger. Yep. I have one. Yeah, she wants to hear this one first.
I always smile when I thought I saw
Well, that's the narrative of the thing is, like, what happens to her memories and she gets nothing from it.
Alex, nano boy,
Yeah, I was on. Oh, really?
Yeah, all good. All right, I'll call you later, man. Thanks. Bye-bye. I didn't hear anybody.
Okay, New York, go ahead and try now. David on the side.
Texted my mom the same thing. She was like, cool.
I got you, yep. I said turn it up a little bit. I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm right there. And I don't look like a million likes. Damn. That's kind of cool. I made some cameos.
I gotta go back up there. start. Yeah, they're probably going to start right at 2. They're usually on time, so.
All right, are we ready for the jury? Okay,
Yes,
great. All right, thank you. Be seated. All right, your next question.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you a document that's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 146, and I believe this was entered into evidence previously. So if we could publish it to the jury as well, please. Mr. Depp, could you please explain to the jury what's reflected in this photograph?
I believe that's, well, it's definitely me. After receiving kind of a roundhouse punch from Miss Heard. I believe that this is, it's March. I believe that this is from what's been called the staircase incident. Am I correct?
So you said you think this is from March of 2015?
I'm just looking at the top. Okay.
Do you remember who took this photograph?
Mr. Bett, Sean Bett.
And relative to when you had injured your finger, when was this photograph taken?
Sorry?
Relative to when you had injured your finger in Australia, when was this photograph taken?
The injury to my finger was sustained I believe it was a couple of weeks or so before this, because we were back in Los Angeles for the surgery and rehabilitation of the digit.
So I know you can't see your hand in this photograph, but what was What would your hand have been like given its injury at this date?
Well, it was still a very it was a very fresh wound. When that amount of when the tip of when your finger is severed, that's not going to heal up for a very long time, and so my finger was still a very fresh wound. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that this might have been around the time of the pin. In the pin that was put into my finger to keep it together, I guess.
And what type of cast would you have had on at this time?
It wasn't a cast per se, as it was bandaging. When the bandage was out to sort of here, that was extra padding for the tip of the finger protection, and also because of the pin that was in there. So, as I'd said before, there were when Nurse Debbie would ask, give me, on a scale of 1 to 10, your pain. When the fingers started to feel differently and hurt a lot more, and it became like a 12 out of 10 pain, that was yes, that was right around then, and the reason for that was because of the infection. The MRSA had already been working its way for a number of days.
Mr. Depp, could you please explain to the jury the circumstances that led to you having the bruise that's reflected in this photograph?
Again, there was another confrontation, another confrontation, another argument about something or other, and we were in penthouse 5 area, which was where Ms. Heard had her office at the top of the stairs. And so the stairs came down, and then there was a landing, and then another set of stairs went down the opposite direction. And this took place on the landing, where she was coming out, trying to get to me, trying to hit me, trying to do anything she could, and then Whitney, her sister, was there, who stepped in the way. And interesting thing that was interesting now is that Whitney stepped in front of Amber and was facing Amber to stop Amber, and when she was in between us, Amber snuck in she got the roundhouse in and just nailed me on the cheekbone.
Do you recall what Ms. Heard was upset about at this time?
I do not. I really don't.
And was anyone else in the in penthouse 5 with you and Whitney and Ms. Heard?
By that time, Mr. McGivern had been called, I believe that actually Debbie, as I remember, Debbie Lloyd was at the front door of Penthouse 5, standing by the door. Mr. McGivern was kind of at the bottom of the last group of stairs. And then the thump happened, and I got myself out of the situation, and I walked down the stairs to Mr. McGivern just to say, let's get out of here, you know. And I remember that something was thrown from up there. I don't recall what it was, but something was thrown at me. It seemed like it was like I don't know if it was a bag of like pens or but it was from her office area.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343. And for the record, this is an audio recording, and it's quite lengthy, so we intend to play certain portions of it.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection, other than we'd just like to know what minute, second portions they're going to play.
Okay, but the entire audio is in evidence, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And no objection? Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
And
343 in evidence.
If you'd like me to read the specific minutes now, or we can provide it to counsel afterwards.
Hey, if you want it now, or as you go, or, okay.
We intend to play minute 25, 37 seconds through 26, 28, 1 hour and 57 minutes, 21 seconds through 1 hour, 58 minutes, 54 seconds. 2 hours, 38 minutes, 52 seconds through, 2 hours, 38, 52 seconds through 2 hours, 39 minutes, 43 seconds. And then 2 hours, 46 minutes, 1 second through 2 hours, 47 minutes, 20 seconds. Those are 4 clips.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to publish that in jury? It doesn't matter. It's just audio. It doesn't matter.
Say something to you, that it was okay. That's the promise you gave me a little while ago. I'm telling you, if you lost memory last night of kicking me out the door with the fucker hitting me,
Again,
and
sorry.
and your memory is gone from you kicking the bathroom door and hitting me in the skull as I was bent down.
I am
Wait,
sorry.
if you have those memory fucking, divots.
I was upset. There was a lot going on,
okay,
and I was
but wait.
on an Ambien.
Okay,
Like,
but
why?
wait.
Like, why are you obsessing over the fact that I can't remember it the way you remembered it? I said I was sorry. I didn't deny
know
it.
that. I'm not talking about that. What I want. No, it's not to get you mad. It's not to get. It's just to get out of a bad situation while it's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me, to
to
avoid
escape
working it
the,
out. That's
to
the
escape
problem.
the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. A boxer can't go 12 rounds without a fucking minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No. There are rounds, man. And when it gets too fucking hairy, the ref splits them apart or whatever. But all I'm saying is, you can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting and mounting. I fucking go into the bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, 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 here you come. I come out. Fight, crazy, escalated. I split again, I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock, 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 bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me. I'm not the one who fucking throws fucking pots and
Those are different. That's different.
fucking else at me.
That's different. That's one does not negate the other. That's irrelevant. It's a complete non sequitur. Just because I've thrown pots and pans does not mean that you come and knock on the door. Just because there are vases does not mean that you come and knock on the door.
Really, I should just let you throw.
I'm not saying that. You're saying that. You're putting words in my mouth and then making non sequiturs.
I'm giving you a situation.
No, you're trying to justify how you don't or do come to the door
No,
based on whether I throw pots and pans. It's irrelevant.
No, I'm justifying how you seem to think that there's this cowardice in me that runs away and I don't fight for you.
And you're justifying that by saying I throw pots and pans? Okay, cool. Let's talk about everything you do wrong.
I'm not the one who... I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
You told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just happened.
And I lied.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing. And
You figured it out.
And you said, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I
didn't
watched
punch
you lie. And then
I didn't punch you,
and
by
then
the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights. You've been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You
fist.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you tough?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you start.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
because you
Johnny.
start physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You are admirable.
Mr. Depp, could you please explain to the jury what they just heard on those audio recordings?
What was just played on the audio recordings was very much the tone and the aggression and the attitude and the need for a fight from Ms. Heard, that was, I don't know if that was some need for attention, but that was a sound that I had gotten very used to. The squabbling, the raising of the voice to essentially excommunicate anything that I had to say about the situation. But then, and I do remember that incident. I believe that's from the when I was in the bathroom, and I was in fact taking a shower, and this was in penthouse 3, and she came banging on the door, banging on the door, banging on the door. I didn't answer. I was in the shower. I couldn't deal with it. I didn't want to deal with any more of that sarcastic, demeaning, aggressive, violent, toxic spew. And so I was taking a shower and I didn't want to answer the door. She kept banging. And then I finally got out of the shower and I opened the bathroom door about just that much, just so I could have a good hold on the door in case she tried to burst in. And I was right, she did. Bathroom doors go in. She was pushing all her weight on the door, trying to get in. And I was pushing back because I didn't want to let her in, because I obviously didn't want the confrontation. She was not in the best of moods, you can hear. So when I was pushing the bathroom door, trying to close it, and was almost closed, she suddenly kind of yelped in pain. And she screamed out, "Ow, my toes or my foot or something." And so in that second, I thought possibly her foot had gotten caught under the door, which would, of course, not feel great on the foot or the toes, so I thought she was maybe injured. So I knelt down to have a look. The door was still, it was still pretty well about that much open. And when I knelt down on my hands and knees to look at her foot to see the injury, she kicked the bathroom door into my head. She kicked the bathroom door into my head, and I was completely taken aback by such a corrosive, horrific move. So I stood up, and I believe I stood up, and at this point the door was open. I stood up and I said, I think I said, "What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that?" And the next move was just a bang, and just she clocked me in the jaw. And that was another shocker.
How
So
long after that did you start recording?
Sorry?
How long after that did you start recording that audio recording that we just heard?
That audio recording was about her trying to make less of what had happened. In fact, trying to make less of what had happened by repeating some story to me that didn't make any sense, and it certainly didn't make any sense since I was there and I was the target. So I wanted some confirmation from someone with some semblance of a mind that could understand what was happening. I wanted Mr. McGivern to come up, and I asked her to tell him what had just happened. And her answer was essentially, I don't know what he's talking about. Nothing happened. He's fine. And once again, I told Mr. McGivern, time to leave the premises.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you now what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 162.
Okay.
You can take this down. Thank you. Could you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 92, please? Mr. Depp, what is this a picture of?
That is a that's a photograph of the blade of an old like a Bowie knife. That's the photograph of the blade with an inscription on it to me from Ms. Heard, who at the time I referred to as Slim.
Your Honor, we'd like to move Exhibit 90, Plaintiff's Exhibit 92 into evidence.
No objection.
Mr. Depp, what does it say on this knife?
Hasta la muerte.
And what does that mean?
Until death.
And then what does it say after that?
XX Slim.
And who is Slim?
Ms. Heard.
When did Ms. Heard give you this knife?
Well, it was a present from Ms. Heard. I believe it was around 2015.
Could we please take this down and pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 93?
93?
93, yes. Mr. Depp, what is this a photograph of?
That's the knife in full view. That's the full side of that knife.
Plaintiffs would move Plaintiff's Exhibit 93 into evidence as well.
Objection.
All right, 93 in evidence. You can publish to the jury.
Mr. Depp, do you recall the occasion on which Ms. Heard gave you this knife?
I don't recall exactly the occasion, whether it was my birthday of 2015 or if it was a Christmas gift.
We can take this down, please. Thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd now like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 65. And I believe this has already been offered into evidence.
Yes.
If so, if we could please publish to the jury. Thank you. Mr. Depp, what's reflected in these photographs?
There were some scratches. Another altercation, and there were some mishearded come at me with her nails or hand scratching at me.
And who took these photographs of you?
Once again, I believe this was Mr. Pett, Sean Pett.
And when were these photographs taken?
Seems to be Christmas, or 10 days before Christmas, the 15th of December 2015.
Mr. Depp, do you remember what led to you having these scratches on your face?
This was yet again another confrontation where as was my regular practice, there had been an altercation. She was she had some rage issue with me, and I remember that I was trying to go to my corner, as it were, which is I was going into my office in penthouse 3, which is upstairs. And as I was approaching the door to my office, Miss Heard ran out of the master bedroom, or bedroom, and started just throwing wild punches at me, at the back of my head, at the side of my head, at anything that she could connect with. And I had to, I would have to show you sort of how I tried to avoid the attack.
Please do.
If it's all right, John.
Yes, yes, sir.
If I'm walking this way to the door of my office, and the bedroom door is where you are, I'd walked across the mezzanine there, and as I'm approaching the door, suddenly I'm just getting clobbered from behind, and one's natural primal instinct is to kind of duck and cover. So I ducked and covered, but they didn't stop. So I came up this like this, sort of protecting my face, but at the same time, with her arms swinging wildly, I put my arms out, and I was able to get her into a bear hug or something, just to stop her from hitting me anymore. And while holding her in that position, she was still trying to, she had her legs, she could kick, she could knee me, so she was still kind of very angry, very animated. And yeah, it was unpleasant.
What happened at the end of that situation?
Because of the grabbing of the arms and holding them to her side so that I didn't receive any more blows, and she was still fighting. I believe there was some kind of contact with our heads, our foreheads, as would happen if you're trying to calm someone like that. And then that was when she accused me of headbutting her, of giving her a headbutt and breaking her nose. But there was no blood. There was no. I didn't hit her nose. If there was anything at all, it was a bump of. Well, I'm trying to restrain her. She's trying to get out of it. There's going to be some contact here and there, accidental contact, but not a headbutt.
How did you escape this altercation?
After she'd made the remark about the fact that I headbutted her, which was just impossible, she huffed off. I let her go. She huffed away, and she was gone for about 7 or 8 minutes. And then when she came back, I was in the bedroom of penthouse 3, our bedroom. And she came back about 7 or 8 minutes later, and she had a Kleenex or a tissue to her nose. And she pulled it away from her nose and she showed it to me. And there was red. There was indeed like red color on the tissue. But me, I know that there was no connection to her nose. No part of my body made connection to her nose or eyes or anything like. So she said, she took it away and she showed it to me. She said, "Way to go, Johnny, you broke my nose. You broke my nose." And I knew I hadn't, so I said, you go into sort of placation mode, which is, "Oh my God, let me see, are you okay? What happened? Let me see." And she wouldn't let me see anything. And so I just tried to calm the situation as best I could. All the while, I was waiting for her to dispense with that Kleenex because I didn't trust it. And so I waited, and when she dropped it into the wastebasket in her bathroom, or in our bathroom, and left the room, went somewhere downstairs, I think, I don't know. And then I pulled the Kleenex out of the trash bin, and I inspected it pretty closely and realized that it was nail polish. It was nail varnish or polish.
Mr. Depp, shortly after December 15th, 2015, where did you and Miss Heard go for the holidays?
It had been planned for a while that we would be going to the island, and we would be going to the island with my kids, Lily Rose and Jack, and Lily Rose's boyfriend at the time. There's a friend of Amber's called Alice Temperley, I believe her name is, and her boyfriend Greg Williams, who's a very well-known photographer, and both very nice people, and their kids were going to. She told me they were going to come to the island, and I thought, okay, great. And so yeah, that's where we went for the holidays.
And what happened on the island in December 2015?
Many things, but
was there any violence by Miss Heard against you?
Oh, yes, there were a couple of incidents that were, again, just each time one of these incidents would occur, it seemed to get worse and worse. That is to say, as opposed to fists or anything like that. I'd set up on the back porch of the house. I'd set up an area with an easel and oil paints and a can of mineral spirits, linseed oil, brushes, everything. So she wanted to paint. So I had set it up for her. And for some, and again, I remember sitting at the table where most of the paintbrushes and the can and all that stuff was. And the argument, again, escalated, and she just simply reached down and grabbed the can of mineral spirits and chucked it at my face. She threw it at my face, and it struck me right at the bridge of the nose, sort of the forehead, bridge of the nose area. And it hurt.
Who else was around when this happened?
Well, thankfully my children and Lily Rose's boyfriend were over towards the cafe. At that point, I didn't know that anyone else was around or had witnessed anything. I thought it was just Amber and I, but apparently there are 4 staff who work on the island.
I don't think it's hearsay. I don't think any statements yet. You can go ahead and continue your answer, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, the staff that work on your island, Mr. Depp?
Yeah. So there are indeed 4 staff who work on the island and live there all year round, who take care of everything, and 2 of them happened to be in that area and witnessed the violence.
I'll sustain as to, unless you can lay a foundation, how he would know
Certainly.
that if it was not hearsay.
Mr. Depp, how do you know that these staff members witnessed part of this altercation?
These people, as I said, they're staff on the island, though I consider them family and very dear to me. And I believe it is mutual. I've known them a very long time. They were visibly shaken by what they'd witnessed.
Objection.
Again, if you can lay a foundation, if he saw them there, or if this is something
Mr.
they told
Depp,
them.
did you see any of these individuals shortly after you had this altercation with Ms. Heard?
No, that's not the proper. did he see them as actually there? If he didn't, if it was something they told him, then it's hearsay.
Mr. Depp, did you see any of your staff members at the house when you and Ms. Heard had that altercation?
Once Ms. Heard had stormed off, I sort of sat there dazed and confused for a few minutes, and then I walked around the house, and I saw Tara and...
That's fine. Okay, I'll sustain the objection. We'll move on.
You mentioned Tara. Who's Tara?
Tara's the manager of the island.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to discuss April 2016 now. When is Ms. Heard's birthday?
22nd of April.
And in 2016, how was Ms. Heard celebrating her birthday?
We'd set up a dinner for her, which was, she wanted to have a dinner with her, with all her friends, and Josh, Drew, Rocky's boyfriend, who was some sort of chef, he asked her what she would like for him to cook. That's hearsay, I guess.
Go ahead. I'm not sure if it's offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
He got it. That was
Okay, all right, well, then.
I'm learning.
There you go.
Let me put it a different way. Mr. Drew, who was a chef, which I don't believe is hearsay, Mr. Drew had made Mexican food Ms. Heard's favorite. Is that better?
And what were you doing that day before Ms. Heard's birthday celebration?
I had been in a room for many, many hours with a group of accountants, new accountants, and they were going through essentially the situation that I was in financially, which was a real shock to me. I had no idea, and I know this sounds ridiculous, but I prefer to think of the work as opposed to how much I'm getting paid, so I had no idea how much money I'd made. I just didn't. I just figured if I was working, there was money, so everything would be all right. They informed me that I had been, well, that quite an inordinate amount of sum of money had been was gone. It had disappeared, and after having worked 30-something years in the industry, I'm sorry, I could hear Ms. Brett.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was pretty shocked at where I was to learn I was exactly financially. And it was a very long meeting. And I knew, of course, that Ms. Heard's birthday dinner was to start at, I believe, 8:30. And I texted her a number of times from the meeting saying, this is probably going to go long, and I think I might be a little late. I'm sorry, but it's, you know, important, and I'm going to be a bit late for the dinner. And I apologized all over the place. And so when I left and picked up something at the house, which I believe was her gift, on the way downtown, I received a text from Miss Heard asking me to bring, asked if I could bring some wine and some weed. And I texted back, sure. And then by the time I got to, arrived at Penthouse 5 for the party, I was about an hour and 40 minutes late, maybe, something like that.
Before you arrived, how many drinks had you had?
Oh, I think I'd had a glass of wine with, there was one bottle of wine that Ed White had brought to the meeting that we, between, I don't know how many, 5 or 6 of us, we had a glass of wine.
Could you tell the jury who Ed White is?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Ed White was my, at the time he was my new business manager. And he was quite a, he was quite a professional, you know, nearly forensic business manager, and he had shown me things that from my former business managers that were quite disturbing.
Hearsay.
I believe he said he showed him.
Yes, yes, I looked at papers. Maybe they're hearsay papers. I don't know.
I believe he was being shown financial documents.
All right. So, well, I'll sustain us any hearsay that might be
understood.
All right, next question.
Mr. Depp, when you arrived at the party, how did Ms. Heard greet you, if at all?
Very cold.
What did she say to you?
Not much. Not much, except occasionally she would tear herself from the conversation that she was in and just to lean towards me. I was sitting to her right, and I would get a quick earful of, I can't believe you've done this to me on my birthday. I can't believe, I'm so embarrassed. You know, which I found odd because I'd kept her informed all day, and the last text that I'd received was a request for wine and marijuana. So when I got there and received that attitude, what could I do? So I just made the best of it and talked to her friends, and because they were all her friends except for, I believe, Nurse Erin. Erin was there, I believe.
What's Erin's last name?
Erin Borum, Nurse Erin, who had been the nurse assigned to Ms. Heard. So I just had conversations with the various people there. Her makeup artist, Melanie Iglesias, was there with her fella, and I remember speaking French with them. I didn't really eat, wasn't feeling it.
Did you have any drinks once you arrived at the birthday party?
Wine.
How many glasses?
I don't. Maybe two, because they were like large. You know, the large sort of Bordeaux glasses. So yeah, maybe two glasses of wine. By the time it started to wind down.
How many drinks did you observe Ms. Heard consume after you arrived at the party?
I really couldn't say because all I saw was just she was drinking wine.
And did it seem to you that she had been drinking wine prior to your arrival?
I was sure, since I was an hour and 40 minutes late, that Ms. Heard was well into the wine before I got there, yes, certainly.
How did the party come to an end?
It was kind of, one person would say, well, I better get out of here, and then two more couples or two more people would say, yeah, time to go. And then it just wound down. There was Mr. Drew, Miss Pennington, Whitney, possibly Whitney. And that was about it. It was sort of left there.
And what happened after the guests left the party?
She was free to commence with the usual verbal barrage, and at that point, there was so much in my head from the meeting. I thought it was a bit much that Miss Heard had. I'm sorry, it seemed quite brattish, it seemed quite childish that Miss Heard was holding such a grudge against me for having been late to her 30th birthday party when she knew very well, she was well informed that I was in an intense meeting that had a lot to do with not just my life and my future, but my children's, and I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know if houses were going to start going away. I didn't. So it felt. I'm sure, of course, she felt something, but it felt unfair. It felt small, comparatively. If your loved one or your husband has had some very serious issues brought before him. So when she engaged in her normal kind of banter of trying to poke at me and get me to react, I literally just got into bed. I remember the television was on, and I was reading, and I suppose Miss Heard was down in her area taking off her makeup and changing into sleep clothes, whatever, and she entered the bedroom while I was laying on my side of the bed, reading, and she was still rattling off all the wrongs I'd done to her in that particular day, and how unreliable I am, and what a horrible person I was, and I did not engage verbally, nothing. I sat there or laid there, reading my book, and when she didn't get a jump out of me or a jolt out of me, she got out of bed. She walked around the bed. She came to my side, and again, you've got you've got a person who is throwing multiple shots at your face, at your head, at your neck, at anything she could hit. So I got up out of bed and I grabbed her by the shoulders and I sat her down on the bed. And I said, I'm leaving. Please don't get off the bed. Please don't follow me. Please don't try and stop me. I'm leaving. And she got up off the bed and she squared off at me in the doorway of our bedroom. And I said, what do you want to do? Hit me again? Would you like to hit me again? And I said, go ahead, hit me. Bam. And then I just said, is that what you wanted? Would you like another? Bam. There's the second one. And I said, good, now you're done. Grabbed her by the shoulders, walked her to the bed, sat her down, and said, don't follow me. Leave me alone. I'm out. I'm gone. I went, I grabbed a few things, and I got out immediately, and I went to my other house on Sweetser. As Ms. Heard she was leaving the following day for Coachella, which is Coachella is like it's a big event, a concert, you know, many bands, and yeah, out in the desert. She and her friends were going to Coachella for the weekend, and that was it. That was it.
Mr. Depp, after April 21st, 2016, when was the next time that you actually saw Ms. Heard in person?
I left Ms. Heard, well, I left Penthouse 3. I left at 4:30 in the morning. It was actually her birthday. It was about 4:30 in the morning, April 22nd. And that's when I left. And from that moment on, I did not see Ms. Heard until May 21st.
And why was that?
I had received some news that was as absurd and grotesque and cruel. And then I was shown a picture of what the problem was. I had gone to Mr. Bett and said, she's at Coachella. I think it's a good time to go downtown so that I can get some of my things, you know, and get them out of there, especially the things that were precious to me, you know, children things from friends, Brando, Hunter, Thompson, whatever, things that were important to me. And he said, I don't think now's a good time to go. And I thought, it's the perfect time. She's not going to be home for 2 days. And then he showed me a photograph on his telephone of...
Objection, Your Honor. Also, you're saying.
It's a photograph, Your Honor.
As being relayed to him by Mr. Bett.
He says he looked at it on his phone.
I'll overrule the objection as the photograph.
What was the photograph of, Mr. Depp? It
was was a photograph of the bed, our bed, and on my side of the bed was human fecal matter. So I understood why it wasn't a good time to go down there. My initial response to that was, I laughed. It was so outside. It was so bizarre and so grotesque that I could only laugh. So I did not go down there that day.
Mr. Depp, how was your mother's health during this time?
Not good at all. My mom was in Cedars-Sinai Hospital, and she was on her way out. She was dying.
How often were you going to see her during this time?
Excuse me?
How often were you going to see her during this time?
As much as I could under the circumstances. When I did go and get to see my mom, she was pretty much incapable of speech. Her speech had left her. At that time, her eyes were still open, and she could kind of react with her eyes, but she couldn't speak. And then not long after that, once her eyes closed, she lay there for the duration of her life, which ended on the 20th of May, the night before I saw Miss Heard for the last time. Well, essentially.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Depp, but how did your mother's death affect you?
As would anyone, I suppose. There was one thing that I couldn't fathom was, I brought my kids to see Betty Sue in the hospital, and at that time she was not functioning. She was not responsive. She was alive still. She was fighting still inside, but she was lying in the bed, and excuse this analogy, but all I could think of was how if she's conscious if she's conscious of everything that's going on around her, but has no ability to speak, has no ability to move. I knew that the one thing, as far as Betty Sue was concerned, the last thing that she would have wanted was to have ended up lying there on what it was like. There's my mom lying there on a deli platter, and it was a horrible image. But I brought my kids in to say goodbye, and we all spoke into her ear, and then she passed away later. So it was painful, but there was some side of it too, at least to me, that in a way it was, I was happy for her.
Why was
because
that?
Because I can't imagine Betty Sue or my mom, I can't imagine anyone lying there in quite possibly was a kind of a locked-in syndrome. And if she's surrounded by 10 people looking at her lying there in that, on that deli platter, if you will, I was happy for her that she was out of pain, out of frustration, out of... I was happy that she'd moved. Not happy, I was relieved that she was no longer in that situation. Though, when those you love leave, we're the ones stuck with the pain, with the grieving. But I was glad that my kids got to see her and give her her send-off, I suppose. And but it was it opened my eyes quite a lot to a number of things.
And what were some of those things that your mother's death opened your eyes to?
That life is a bird song. That what feels like 100 years is in fact a second, millisecond. Nobody can count those things, you know. So I had made peace with Betty Sue because I understood where she came from, and I understood how difficult her childhood was, and I understood that she had not had the proper training or proper teaching or the proper background to be anything other than what she had been when we were younger. I forgave her for all that, as one should. So I was, it opened my eyes to the fact that yes, if you try in relationships, whether friendships, whether courtships, whether marriage, whether this, whether that, try your best to try. If it's not going to work, it's not going to work. And more importantly, if you're going to get out of it, if you're going to make an end, which I had decided that it was, somebody had to call it, and I decided that I would call Amber and tell her that my mom had died that day. And then I very calmly said, look, I've made a decision and I think it's the best thing. I'm going to file for divorce, but I'm not going to cite irreconcilable differences. I'm not going to cite any violence. I'm not going to. I'm going to state this. We simply, the two of us, we simply don't want to feel as though we have a collar around each other's neck and a leash attached to it, and then this piece of paper that proves that that's true. So what I thought was best was we want to end this in love and take the idea of ownership of one another out of the picture. And that's how I approached Miss Heard with that. And
So why did you go over to the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
Miss Heard had requested that I come over to have a talk, to explain. She wanted to explain things, and so I went there. And I also wanted to gather up some of those things, precious things that you live with. So I went over there to have a discussion, what I thought would be calm understanding. And I figured she understood as well as I did that there was no way back. And I also felt that she would understand that it was the best thing for both of us, and there were no, there was nothing to, there should have been nothing to fight over. It was clear. I told her that I would take care of her and all that, and then she started to, she was telling me about she brought up the situation of her fecal matter on the bed, and and she tried to blame it on the dogs. But
why didn't you think it could have been the dogs?
The dogs they're teacup Yorkies. They weigh about 4 pounds each. The photograph that I saw, I mean, I lived with those dogs for many years. And so did Hilda Vargas. She's a woman who's been with me for 30 plus years, from the very beginning. And she was the one who photographed it. It was clear she knew the dogs as well as I did. And that was none of that did not come from a dog. It just didn't.
Mr. Depp, could we back up a little bit? Who went over to the penthouses with you on May 21st?
I went to the penthouses with Jerry Judge and Sean Bett. And I had asked them on the just in case, please pay particular attention and stay as close to the door, stay at the door, or if you got a split, come back quick, if they went down to the security shack or whatever it was. Don't linger, get back, because if you hear anything, if you hear screaming, you got to get in there. So leave the door unlocked and spring in there if you hear something.
Why did you want them to be able to get into the penthouse quickly if they heard anything?
Just based on my past experiences with Miss Heard, when you say something that she either didn't agree with or swore up and down that it was a complete falsity and there was something wrong with me, I'm crazy, and you know, the escalation. If anything was going to start to escalate, I did not want to be there. So I had them waiting by the door to get in there in case anything went down.
So when you walked into the penthouse, what did you see?
When I first walked into the penthouses, you walk in and then make a left, and then you're in the kitchen area, and then beyond that was the living room. I saw Miss Heard sitting there on the couch, and I went over to talk. I went and sat down on the couch. She was sitting on, the couch was kind of a, you know, a square, or a half square, you know. She was sitting on one side of the couch, I was sitting on the other. That's when she was trying to explain a few things about Coachella, and then the fecal delivery. And saying that it was the dogs, and I'm sorry, I could not agree with her. I'd lived with those dogs. I picked up their fun. It was not the dogs. And so what happened was, I said, let's call Kevin Murphy.
Who's Kevin Murphy?
Kevin Murphy he was in Los Angeles. He was the house manager over the places in West Hollywood, and he was also taking care of the penthouses downtown, if any work needed to be done or this or that. And he would schedule the girls who would come in, the ladies like Hilda, to do their work. And he'd had a conversation with Ms. Heard.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Let's move beyond the
All right, let's
conversation
move on.
that Kevin Murphy had with Ms. Heard. So after you called Kevin Murphy, what happened?
I asked Kevin if Amber and he had spoken about the incident. He said, yes, they had. Okay. And it appears that Ms. Heard had told...
Hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm not sure.
This is apparently a statement by Ms. Heard.
That he heard from Kevin Murphy. That's what the testimony is.
All right, if you want to reframe that, that's fine.
Okay. After you when did you hang up the phone with Kevin Murphy?
Right about the time that Ms. Heard was screaming obscenities at him and calling him a liar, and that he was a scumbag. And I told her, I said, listen, don't speak to this man that way. Do not disrespect this man in that way. And then Kevin Murphy just hung up. And so at that point, she was riled, of course. And I went upstairs to gather belongings. When I came back downstairs, she was on the phone with Io Tillett Wright, and they were making a wonderful point of just how funny it was that I thought that some human being had actually dropped a grumpy, pardon the term, onto the bed, and they were yucking it up. They were laughing about the whole thing, and it was. You know, it was a tough couple of days, and I really didn't feel like I deserved that kind of treatment. And I went over, and I said, "Let me talk to her." I grabbed the phone, and I said to Io, "You can have her now. She's yours. She's all yours." Right? And then I took the phone, and I just bang like that onto that side of the couch was 8 feet long. The other side of the couch is about 6 feet long. I flopped it onto the couch, and I was walking towards the kitchen to exit, and then suddenly Rocky Pennington ran in to the penthouse and started, "Leave her alone, Johnny, leave her alone." And I was by the refrigerator at this point. I was 20 feet away.
Where was Miss Heard at that time?
She was still sitting on the couch. And that's when the screaming, the screaming started with, like, again, I'm 20 feet away. She's still got Io on the phone. She's got Rocky there. "Stop hitting me, Johnny," she's screaming in her best freaked out, upset voice, high-pitched. "Stop hitting me, stop hitting me." Jerry Judge and Sean Bett entered the room, and as they entered the room, and she was quite surprised to see them, she said, "That's the last time you'll ever hit me. That's the last time you'll ever do that to me." And again, I'm a good 20 feet away by the fridge. And then Jerry said, "Boss, I think we should just leave." And then we left. That was the last time I saw Miss Heard until she asked me to break the restraining order. Or not break the restraining order, break the restraining order and talk to her in July later.
Mr. Depp, where did you go after you left the penthouses on May 21st?
I went home.
To which home?
Oh, to Sweetser.
And then where did you go? Where did you go after you went home to Sweetser?
I was due to. I had to go to. I had to catch a flight to New York, where we were doing. I was this group, the Hollywood Vampires. We were about to set out on a 2 or 3 month tour of Europe, and we were rehearsing in New York, and then we played one show in New York as a warm-up gig, and then we were on the plane, and we started the shows in Europe, and I was on the road from then, which was May, on through July, August or something.
Ms. Myers, is this a good time to take our afternoon break?
I was just going to suggest that. Thank you,
Good.
Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case. Thank you. take our recess. Mr. Depp, you know what I'm going to say, right? You're learning, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, 3:45? Second, good? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
I want to do a quick shot.
Great.
jury comes in, just for your exhibits 92 and 93, if I could get a hard copy of those, they're not on the thumb drive for some reason. And in my binders, it says produced in native format, and I don't know what that means. Okay. So if we could just get those two in hard copy, I'd appreciate it. Okay?
Absolutely.
All right, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, your next question, ma'am?
Thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you another audio recording that is Plaintiff's Exhibit 397. And for the record, we intend to play the portion that is 1 hour, 4 seconds to 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 50 seconds.
All right, so there's no objection to 397 coming into evidence in its entirety? Okay, audio's coming in. It's 397 in evidence, and then you want to play that part. That's fine.
Well, those wishes don't come true.
What thing do you want to say to me, fucking piece of shit?
Those wishes
What?
don't
What
come
else
true.
do you want to fucking say to me, you piece of shit? What else? You don't have anything else to say to me? Cool.
I wish you the best.
Hey, why don't you fuck yourself? Go suck your own dick. You're used to it. Oh, listen. I'll write you a check for the extra sip I took. Is that okay? Stingy old fucking piece of shit.
You're the one that brought it up.
Mm-mm. You did. You said don't drink my wine. That's mine.
I didn't say that.
Oh, you didn't?
I said I didn't think you were looking for anymore.
Rewind. Rewind.
Probably defended me pretty good in front of your Rocky and your pop and your mom. I've tried so fucking hard with you. I've tried so hard.
Text it away. Hey, if you ever learn this shit, 50 fucking something years, you're never gonna learn it. I hope to God, Jack's stepfather teaches him more about being a man than your fucking left nut.
Hey, that's good. You gave me some shit about my kids, just like in London that you desired. Never again. Stay away. You don't exist. You will not be getting my words.
Mr. Depp, could you please describe to the jury what they just heard in that audio recording?
I don't know when. I don't know when that. If there's a date on that, but clearly there was some animosity and another clash, and Miss Heard once again felt it necessary to bring my kids, my son into that argument, and say that she hopes that my son's stepfather can teach him how to be a man, since I couldn't. And I believe she says something about more man in the stepfather than would be existing in my, I believe the term was left nut.
How often did Miss Heard bring your children into your arguments?
Too often.
And at the end of your relationship, how was Miss Heard's relationship with your children?
Non-existent. My children, my kids are far more intelligent than I am, and they broke. They wouldn't be around Miss Heard, and they refused to be around her anymore. They didn't like the way she treated me, which was written in a very elegant letter by my daughter, actually, to Miss Heard. I don't know if that's in evidence, but I remember my daughter sent a text to Miss Heard.
Objection, Your Honor. Just hearsay. It's one thing for the witness to tell his story. It's another thing for him to tell other people's stories.
All right.
We can move on.
We can move on. Okay.
I'm sorry, I read the email.
Yeah, I understand. Next question.
When did you learn that Miss Heard had filed for divorce?
Well, it was, let's see, Betty Sue was the 20th. That night I spoke to her about the divorce. 21st was the kicker. I believe it was on the 23rd, and I had already left town for New York to prepare for the tour.
Did Miss Heard know that you were out of town at that time?
I don't know.
When did you learn that Miss Heard had made domestic abuse allegations against you?
The 27th of May, which is, in fact, my daughter's birthday, I saw that she had gone to a court, I don't know, some court, and there were paparazzi everywhere, and her, and a brown mark on her face. And it was also happened to be the day that Alice in Wonderland 2, through the Looking Glass was opening, and that's the day that she chose to go to the courthouse and get a TRO a temporary restraining order against me. But I was in Europe already at that point.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 487. And just for the record, this is a very long document, and we will be showing pages 492 through 494.
There's no objection to the document 487?
If I could just have a minute or two to scroll through it, that'd be great, please.
Okay. I assume, are you entering this in evidence now, or are you just showing it?
I can give them an opportunity
Okay,
and go
sure.
through it with Mr. Depp, if that's okay. Mr. Depp, do you recognize any of these text messages that are on the screen in front of you?
Vague memory of these.
And who were these communications between?
It looks like myself in the, it's me in the green, and Ms. Heard's words in the blue.
And do your communications reflect that Ms. Heard understands that you're in New York?
I'm sorry?
What is the date of your text messages here on this page?
That's the 23rd of May, 2016. And hers are the 24th of May, 2016.
And based off of these communications, does this refresh your recollection that Ms. Heard knew that you were in New York on this date?
In her text, you know, when do you leave? What was clear that I was leaving right away, but I'm not sure that I wasn't already, because I wasn't in New York City. We weren't playing New York City. We were playing. We were rehearsing in a like a casino, a big casino, and that was where we did our first show first show to practice for the tour, the European tour. So I don't know if I was either leaving for New York, but I think I was already there, because New York City, we weren't, I don't recall that we were playing New York City. So maybe I was suggesting going there. I don't know.
Could we please turn to page 494? And Mr. Depp, do you see the text message from Ms. Heard on May 24th, 2016 at 6:33?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you understand what Ms. Heard is referring to in this text message?
Is it all right if I just take a quick glance?
Please do.
Thank you. Thank you. That's better. I remember, yes. I recall this.
And what do you recall about this?
That it made no sense to me. It just didn't make any sense to me, especially about, well, as long as you don't file, nobody will know. And it just didn't, again, I'm not all that familiar with these types of things, but if it's two people in a relationship and the relationship is ending, in any case, the outcome is divorce. So I didn't understand these explanations of this can happen or it cannot happen, and I only did this because my lawyers said to, and it just didn't make any sense to me, and it looked like she was kind of grabbing at straws, trying to figure out what, in fact, to do.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to just ask you about a couple statements Ms. Heard makes in this text message. She first says, just confirm that the cover letter is completely private and has nothing to do with any public record. Do you see that? It's the first sentence in the text message.
Yes, I do.
Do you know what cover letter Ms. Heard is referring to?
No, I don't.
Okay. And then she says, and only included the domestic violence / restraining order stuff because I called the lawyer when the cops were here and I didn't know what to do or why that happened and was scared. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what Ms. Heard is referring to when she said that?
No.
And then dropping down to the bottom, it says 2 lines up, I thought you filed. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you have any understanding as to why Ms. Heard thought you had already filed?
No. I had on the night of the 20th was when I told her on the phone that I was going to file. For divorce, and in the way that I had explained it, to keep everything nice and calm and even. But on the 23rd, Chief filed, and so I hadn't had a chance to file.
Your Honor, I would move Plaintiff's Exhibit 487, specifically the portions from page 492 to 494 into evidence.
So you just want page 492 to 494?
Yes, Your Honor. It's a 700-page document, so I
just page 4. Well, are you going to ever put more of 487 in, I guess is the question.
I believe so, Your Honor.
So this is 487A?
Certainly, that would make sense.
Okay, so 487A, page 492 to 494. Any objection to those 2 pages?
No, Your Honor.
All right, those 2 pages are in evidence.
Just for clarity, is that two pages or 3 pages? Is it 492?
490, that would be 3 pages, if that's correct.
That's correct.
Okay, 492 to 494, okay.
And could that please be published to the jury?
Oh.
Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard did end up seeking a temporary restraining order against you, correct?
Yes, she did.
And what, I believe you already said this, but could you just remind the jury, what date was that?
The 27th of May.
And where were you when you learned that Ms. Heard had actually filed a temporary restraining order against you?
I don't recall if we had left for Europe as yet. that is the Hollywood Vampires for the tour. So I was either in New York State rehearsing and preparing to go to Europe, or I was already in Europe. I'd have to check the the tour dates.
Did you find out on the 27th or shortly thereafter?
No, I found out on the 27th. It was everywhere.
And what do you mean when you say it was everywhere?
It was multiplying and multiplying and multiplying throughout media, throughout social media, throughout so-called sort of straight media or whatever. And I was taken aback a bit.
If we could take this down and please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 411. Mr. Depp, is this some of the media coverage that you were referring to?
Many things of this nature, yes. Many.
And do you recall actually seeing this specific article?
I don't remember seeing this specific article, but there were already plenty, and certainly more than I was happy to go through. I think once you read one or two of them, the general idea is I mean, the point had been made clearly.
Your Honor, I'd move Plaintiff's Exhibit 411 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 411 in evidence.
Could we please take this down and pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 414? Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you recognize this article at all?
I remember. Yeah, I don't know if it was this one in particular, but I do remember seeing all the various reasons behind her reasons behind her needing to get a temporary restraining order, a TRO against me, which they just started to metastasize into these. There were abuse allegations, and then there was alcohol, and then there was drugs and violence, and it just it was already right then and there before my eyes spinning out of control. And there was not a word that I could say.
Your Honor, I would move Plaintiff's Exhibit 414 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 414 in evidence.
And if we could take this down now, please, and put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409. And, Your Honor, if I could move Plaintiff's Exhibit 409 into evidence as well.
Any objection with 409?
No objection.
All right, 409 in evidence. Thank you.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this People magazine article?
Yes, I do.
And when did you see it?
Right when it was released, right when it came out.
Did you speak to anyone about this article?
Yes, I did.
Who did you speak to?
Mostly friends and my sister Christy. Mostly friends. And certainly the band. And my kids. I had to alert them that there might be some ugly things coming out that were most assuredly going to put me in the position of some violent, drug-addled, alcoholic, just reprobate. And I wanted to warn them before they were approached with the People magazine cover in school by other kids. I wanted to be able to explain to them that this was going to be visible and it's going to be everywhere, and I apologize to them that this was happening.
Had you ever been accused of physically abusing a woman before this point?
No.
How would you describe the impact of these allegations at the time they were made? And Arnold, if you could please take this down.
I felt ill. I felt sick. I mean, sick in a sense that there was no truth in it. There was no truth in it whatsoever. And the fact that it was coming down on me so hard and so quickly, and how it gained momentum around the world. And then you notice people looking at you differently. And then you notice calls stop coming from agents and producers and that sort of thing. This was before, in fact, the Me Too movement had come around. This was a while before that, so I couldn't have expected the Me Too movement to happen, but once that happened, then it just went into skyrocket mode. So you're showered with you're running between drops of lava. You're trying to run between raindrops that are that kill you and destroy you. So I was very confused. I was very hurt because, as I said before, when you're in a relationship and you do give your truth to intimate truths to that person that you're with, and then they start to use all that information and stretch it out into something that is completely shocking, because as I said, it just didn't happen. And so I felt like it was incredibly cruel and treachery. I felt it was treachery. It was. I don't know if she wanted me to just be erased or drop dead or just let me stick around and allow her to ruin my life for a while and go out of her way to shame me and hurt my kids and hurt people who I've known for many, many years. No, it was, I mean, to say that it was unfair is about the largest understatement that it's actually the smallest understatement. I mean, it controlled my every waking second from the moment that I woke up until the moment that I dropped, even on the road playing shows. You'd go out and you'd play for an hour and a half or 2 hours, and you'd do your best to get through that. And I can remember getting off of finishing the show, getting on the bus with the other band members, and just going to the back of the bus and just you know, you had to get it out. So I just sat back and in the back of the bus and cried and hid it from people.
Mr. Depp, did you ever discuss Ms. Heard's domestic abuse allegations with any producers or directors in the movie industry?
Only if they fell into the category of friends. For example, Tim Burton, who was one of my dearest friends, and I've known him since we made Edward Scissorhands together in 1990. And we've been very, very, very close friends ever since then. Yeah, just friends, you know. And then, of course, as we were on the road, you know, the fellas in the band, you know, Alice Cooper is the singer of the Vampires, who's a dear friend, and Joe Perry from Aerosmith is in the band, and he's also a dear friend. And then a couple of the other members are just yeah, very close friends. And I was bereft of any. You just don't know what to say anymore. You just know what to. So I tried not to talk about it very much at all. But Just to friends.
Mr. Depp, when did you and Miss Heard divorce?
When was the divorce final?
Yes.
The divorce was final January 2017 on Friday the 13th.
And how were your divorce proceedings resolved ultimately?
My team of lawyers, which included two of my entertainment lawyers, a divorce attorney, and two more attorneys that were on, Blair Burke and someone else. I wanted to, for lack of a better word, I wanted to fight it. I wanted to fight it because it was there, because there wasn't an ounce, not a grain, not a molecule of truth to it. So I wanted to fight it. They.
Calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
All right.
He was speaking about what he wanted to do in the context of the divorce.
I understand. I think the next one was going to be they said. I don't know. Something like that was fine. So.
Okay.
You can do your next question.
Sure, certainly. Did you pay Ms. Heard any money in connection with your divorce?
Yes.
And how much was that?
Her settlement, she wanted $7 million. I believe that was the settlement, wasn't it? Yes, $7 million.
And was there a joint statement that you and Ms. Heard released?
Yes, that's where I was getting. The advice that I was given was to not to fight.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Who wrote the joint statement?
I have no idea. Lawyers.
Did you approve the joint statement before it was issued?
I'll put it this way, I wasn't given much of a choice.
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 408? And Mr. Depp, do you see the second paragraph from the bottom of this page? Is that the joint statement that you and Ms. Heard released together?
That's the joint statement that was released, yes.
And could you please read that joint statement for the jury?
Our relationship was intensely passionate and at times volatile, but always bound by love. Neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. Amber will be donating financial proceeds from the divorce to a charity.
What happened after this joint statement was issued, Mr. Depp?
What happened after that? I suppose, you know, the next move was to start making payments to Ms. Heard. There were scheduled payments, and then at a certain point, Ms. Heard had made statements to the press saying that the $7 million was going to be, $7 million was the settlement, and that $7 million was going to be split up between two charities. One was the ACLU, and the other was the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, which in fact was a breach of the agreement. Neither one of us were supposed to speak about details, money, anything of that nature. So when Ms. Heard breached that agreement, that was when I asked Ed White, my business manager, to send the first payments directly to the charities in Ms. Heard's name. And after I did that, Ms. Heard was very, very angry that I had made those first payments, and she went into a kind of a tirade about how I should be charged double the 7. I should be charged $14 million, so that because she thought that I was looking for a tax break.
Mr. Depp, between the time that the joint statement was released and the time that the op-ed came out, how many movies did you work on in that time period, if you can recall?
When did the joint statement come out? Was it, I'm sorry.
Could we scroll up, please? I'll withdraw the question for the moment. In the time leading from the divorce through the, in the time period between when your divorce was finalized and the release of the op-ed in December 2018, do you have an estimate as to how many television or movie projects you worked on?
I don't exactly. I believe there was another, maybe a smaller tour with the vampires, and I can't. I don't remember. It's hard to remember. I've done too many movies.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Your Honor, I apologize. Can we please move into evidence exhibit 408?
All right, any objection to 408?
Yes, Your Honor. I think we don't have any objection to the joint statement that was read, but the rest of the article contains hearsay statements that we can redact.
We can redact that and put it in tomorrow.
So you only have redacted 408 with just the statement then? Is that what you're talking about?
Just that second to last
paragraph. All right. That statement will be in evidence once we get it redacted. Okay.
All right, thank you. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Mr. Depp, do you recognize this document?
Excuse me, yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is Ms. Heard's op-ed for the Washington Post that I believe came out in December of 18. I recognize, yes, I certainly remember this.
And have you actually read this op-ed?
Yes, I have.
And what do you think of it, its contents?
well, it was a hell of a start, I'd say, in terms of the title. If you could, can we scroll down a little bit, just for a second? Because I'd like to make a point. Reading it and reading the words that she had written about what was obviously it was obviously referring to our relationship. It was obviously referring to me 2 years ago. It all matched up, and so it was clearly about me. And then I read the rest of the article where she talks about, if you could go down, scroll down just a little bit. After the imagine a powerful man as a ship. Because she goes into, she talks about, in this section of the piece, she talks about the plight of women, not just in Hollywood, but in general in the world. And there were many things that I did not disagree with in terms of this part of the article. I understand anyone's passion to right the wrongs that have been done for countless years against any being who's suffered at the hands of domestic violence, be it women, men, children. That's something, of course, coming from my background, that I am very, very against any bullying of any human being, any forced violence, any injustice committed against any human being. So all this part of the article was strangely, I understood it very well, and I can applaud some of this. I can absolutely say that I believe that it was very well done with regard to violence against women or violence against anyone. It just seemed kind of a strange other side, like a two-headed coin.
Mr. Depp, did you experience any consequences after the release of the op-ed?
Absolutely.
And what were those?
Oh, I believe it was, I don't think it took Disney very long, maybe a couple of days, to announce that I had been removed from the Pirates of the Caribbean films franchise, which I learned about reading in reading one of these type of, well, some magazine, or the article, where Sean Bailey was quoted, which was very odd to me, as I have had many creative conversations with the Disney people, even to the point of where they were asking me to come back and write pirates.
No.
Sorry.
What Disney executives told him is hearsay.
We can move on.
If you want to just restructure.
So,
this.
I see.
Go ahead.
But, so I can read it out of someone's article, but not from the man's mouth. Is that what happens?
Next question.
Mr. Depp, what to your understanding is the status of Pirates 6?
At this point?
Yes.
I believe it's in dangle mode.
Mr. Depp, have you ever physically assaulted Miss Heard?
Never.
Have you ever sexually assaulted Miss Heard?
Never. Certainly not.
What have you lost as a result of Miss Heard making these allegations against you?
Nothing less than everything. Nothing less than everything. Because when the allegations were made, when the allegations were rapidly circling the globe, telling people that I was a drunken, cocaine-fueled menace who beat women suddenly in my 50s. It's over. You know, you're done. So, what did it do to me? What effect did it have on me? I'll put it to you this way. No matter the outcome of this trial, the second the allegations were made against me, the accusations, the second that more and more of these things, as I said, metastasized and turned into fodder for the media. Once that happens, or once that happened, I lost then. That is to say, I lost because that is not a thing that anyone is going to just put on your back for a short period of time. I will live with that for the rest of my life because of the allegations and because it was such a high-profile case. So I lost then, no matter the outcome of this trial. I'll carry that for the rest of my days. And it never had to be that way. It never had to happen. And I don't quite understand why it did in the way that it did.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. I think I assume you'd rather start tomorrow morning, is that correct?
I'm perfectly happy to start now, Your Honor, or tomorrow morning, whatever Your Honor prefers.
Why don't we go ahead and start a little bit today, just because time is not on our side, okay?
Certainly.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Mr. Depp.
Good afternoon, Mr. Roddenborn.
I'm happy that in the last little bit we've gotten to the reason why we're here, and I'd like to start with that. If you could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 2, Michelle. Next page. Your Honor, I believe this is either in evidence or has been stipulated as part of the opening.
I assume no objection to two.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Permission to publish?
Yes, sir.
This article, this opinion piece in the middle of the page there, Mr. Depp, this is the opinion piece that Amber Heard wrote in the Washington Post that was published on December 18th, 2018. Correct?
Doesn't that say December 19th on it? At the top of the page, doesn't that say December 19th, 2018?
Go ahead and
I
blow
believe
that up,
that the
Michelle.
2018 was the online, was it not?
Okay, so December 18th, December 19th, this piece in the middle of the page is the opinion piece Ms. Heard wrote, right?
Could you make it a little bigger? My eyes
Sure.
are getting smaller.
And this is what you're suing her over, correct?
I'm suing her over defamation and the various falsities that she used to bring my life to an end.
And you understand, Mr.
Many
Depp,
things.
you understand, Mr. Depp, that you cannot, you are not suing her for any damage, alleged damage, or any accusations she made prior to writing this article. You're aware of that. You'd agree with that, right?
Could you say that again, Mr. Rottenborn?
You are not bringing a lawsuit against her, bringing her into court in Virginia for anything that she did prior to writing this article, correct? You know that you can't do that, right?
I have to say that I, as I said at the top of this, I've never seen this version of the op-ed piece. The version that I saw was the other one that I identified that was on the 18th. This is on the 19th. I believe the 18th
And
was
2 years
quite
before,
possibly, was quite possibly, maybe that was the online version that came out first.
2 years before
there's a
either the
very
online or the
different-
print.
I'm sorry, I was just
No,
going
I
to
think
finish my
you answered
answer.
my question, sir. Thank you.
Oh.
2 years before the online and the print version came out,
Mm-hmm.
in 2016, Amber obtained a domestic violence restraining order against you from a California court, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in obtaining that domestic violence restraining order in May 2016, she accused you of domestic abuse, right?
Yes, sir.
And Michelle, if you could blow up the third paragraph down, please. And in the opinion piece that's before you, published in the Washington Post, she wrote, "Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse." Correct?
I can't say correct. She wrote it.
And the
Or
piece
somebody did.
doesn't contain your name, correct?
No, it does not, no.
And other than mentioning the fact of abuse accusations that were made 2 years prior to the publication of this article, the opinion piece doesn't contain any details of your time together, correct?
Oh, I think that her, I think it's very easy to write a piece and put the finger on someone without saying their name. There are sneaky ways of writing things. And as I've seen also what the ACLU and their team had to say, they clearly described to Ms. Heard that...
I'll move to strike this as hearsay, Your Honor.
All right, I'll do that. Next,
And I appreciate...
Sorry, it's evidence.
sorry. Next question, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, I appreciate you've gotten a lot of chance to talk, and I'm trying to be respectful of the court's time and the jury's time. So I'm going to ask you that question again, because I think it's a pretty simple yes or no question, which is...
You'd like it to be, sir. Nothing simple in this case.
Other than mentioning the fact of abuse accusations made 2 years prior, this opinion piece does not contain any details of your time together. Yes or no?
It contains fragments. This piece here, I don't know, is this word for word with the other piece?
And the article discusses proposed legislation, which you just talked about, correct? You'd agree with that, right?
Yes, yes.
And it discusses Amber's experiences after she had separated from you. You'd agree with that, right?
2 years ago, I became the public face for domestic violence. 2018, 2016, it seemed to me that the puzzle was going to work no matter your angle, sir.
Okay. So I'll take that response as a no, that this piece does not discuss this piece does not discuss anything prior to Ms. Heard separating from you, and it only discusses her experiences, her biographical experiences after she separated from you. Correct?
I can't say that.
Okay. Now, you're claiming that due to Amber's allegations of abuse, you can't be in Pirates 6, correct?
I'm saying that after everything had basically hit its media targets and the hit pieces kept coming, it would be, I mean, I would be a real simpleton to not think that there was an effect on my career based on Ms. Heard's words, whether they mention my name or not.
You became aware prior to the publication of this op-ed that you were likely out for Pirates 6, that Disney was considering dropping or dramatically shrinking your role, correct?
No.
Can you pull up Defense Exhibit 113, please? Let's go to, let's go to 114, please.
Are you changing on me?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honor, but it's the next one, so it's...
Okay, 114? All right.
Sorry, one more. Let's 115, please.
115.
It's 25th October 2018. Hide in a row.
Mr. Depp, do you see...
Personal dramas, yes.
Sorry.
Okay. Do you have the question, Mr. Rodman?
I did. I was just giving him time to read. Do you see the date of this article beneath those bullet points is October 25th, 2018? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And do you see that the headline, Hide the Rum, Johnny Depp is out as Jack Sparrow in Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay.
Hearsay objection.
I was asking if he became aware. I'm not offering an article for the truth.
This is
his
an
awareness.
article from the Daily Mail, Your Honor.
Right, I'm asking if his awareness that he was likely
I'll
out.
allow that question.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, Mr. Depp,
Yes, sir.
were you aware that as of October 25th, 2018, about 2 months before this op-ed was published, that it was being reported, as it is in this article, that Johnny Depp is out as Jack Sparrow in Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean film franchise as actor battles financial issues and personal dramas? Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that, but it doesn't surprise me given that 2 years had gone by of just constant worldwide talk about me being this wife beater.
Understood, but
so I'm sure that Disney was trying to cut ties to be safe. The Me Too movement was in full swing at that point.
Right, and to the extent they were trying to cut ties to be safe, that was as long as 2 months before you wrote the op-ed.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer it.
I'm sorry, the question?
To the extent that Disney was trying to cut ties with you, as you say, to be safe, that was as much as 2 months prior to you to Ms. Heard publishing the op-ed in the Washington Post, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'll allow it if you can answer it.
October is 2 months before December, that's correct. But it's odd that they were going to release me from my role as Captain Jack Sparrow, but yet kept me on every ride across the world. In the Pirates of the Caribbean rides, I'm in the Los Angeles, or the Hollywood one, or whatever it is, 3 or 4 times, Shanghai, I mean all over the world. So they didn't remove my character from the rides. They didn't stop selling merchandise of Captain Jack Sparrow. They didn't stop selling dolls of Captain Jack Sparrow. They didn't stop selling anything. They just didn't want there to be something trailing behind me that they'd find.
And you aren't aware, you said Pirate 6 in your view is dangling. You're not aware of if or when Pirate 6 will be made, correct?
No, sir. No.
And the fact is, Mr. Depp, if Disney came to you with $300 million and 1 million alpacas, nothing on this earth would get you to go back and work with Disney on a Pirates of the Caribbean film, correct?
That is true, Mr. Rottenborn.
And you couldn't identify a single movie that you did between the divorce and the op-ed in response to Ms. Meyer's questions just now. You said there was a small tour of your band between that, but you couldn't identify a single movie that you did in the year or two prior to the op-ed, correct?
I have to tell you that when I'm working on a film, I do my work, and when I'm wrapped on that film, I've done my work, and I move on to the next. So I haven't seen the majority of my films. I've seen a few only if I had to, but so it doesn't come right away to my head. Films are not the first thing that I think about.
And you spent a long time talking about the impact of the abuse allegations made in Ms. Heard's obtaining the temporary restraining order in, or the domestic violence restraining order in May 2016, right?
Sure.
And you testified that you wanted to fight it, right? But the fact is, you never fought the allegations in court in 2016. It was only after Ms. Heard published this op-ed in 2018 that you fought them. You never tried to fight them in 2016, did you?
I was advised by my attorneys not to fight.
In fact, you signed not only we read a statement, but let's pull up. Let's pull up. DX 1458, please. Mr. Depp, you see that this says marriage of Depp, correct?
I see that.
It's a legal document. Can you scroll to the signature page, Michelle, please? This was a document that you signed as part of your divorce proceedings, correct?
That's my signature indeed, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, move for admission of this document.
Any objection to that document?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 1458 in evidence.
May we publish, please?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Depp, that is your signature on the right, correct?
Yes, it is.
Dated August 15th, 2016, right?
That's what it says, yes.
And this is this is a document you signed, right?
For the third time, that is my signature, yes,
Can you
sir.
go to paragraph 27, please?
Paragraph?
Paragraph 27.
Okay.
And this paragraph is a joint statement that both sides agreed to release. And if you look in the block quote there, it contains the quote, or it contains the statement, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. Neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. Did I read that right?
You did, Mr.
Let me take
Roddenborn.
that down, Michelle. And that was a document you signed in August of 2016, correct?
Is that the same one that I signed 3 times before? Yes,
Yeah.
that's the fourth.
Well, I wanted to make clear that you
You've
signed
made it
that in
clear.
the summer of 2016, 2 years before Ms. Heard published her op-ed. I don't have anything else for the day, Your Honor.
Okay, you want to, okay, all right, we'll go ahead and take our evening.
If that's okay.
That works for me. I was going to stop you at 5 o'clock anyway, so that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that'll conclude our day-to-day. Again, don't do any outside research, do not talk to anybody, we'll see you in the morning, okay? All right, have a good evening. Again, sir, just don't discuss your testimony with anybody since you're still testifying, and to include your attorneys, okay? We'll see you in the morning, okay? 10 o'clock? Good?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise.
Can I grab one of you for just a quick second? Hi.